The fantasy gods have been absolutely cooking all day. I woke up to some absolutely insane news in the Dynasty football landscape. I feel like this is things were getting a little stale. People didn't love the 2026 rookie class, right? And I understand why. And then free agency, which is funny because I feel like ever since I've covered Dynasty football, free agency has not been that big of a deal. I mean, maybe one name that could change things, maybe one name. But I feel like this offseason, free agency has been the spark that we have needed to get excited again about Dynasty football, to reinvigorate everybody in the landscape of things. And so many names that are being moved and on brand new teams. And honestly, things look very different. And I'm really excited to talk about it. Sammy is here with us. Had the week off last week, and you were away. How was your holiday with your missus?
Oh, it was great. It was great. We had a great time. Well needed, well deserved reset. And but came back at the right time. I am pumped. Today was absolutely
Holy
insane.
Shit. Rico Dowdle just signed with the Steelers.
Oh, really?
That's disgusting.
I don't even have that.
Oh my gosh, that's disgusting.
Dude, Caleb Johnson. Caleb Johnson had 2 hours of freedom.
I was literally about to bring a video and talk about Caleb Johnson and then freaking Rico Dowdle.
No, wait, not anymore.
Oh my gosh. Okay. And this might be the nature of today's stream. All right, there might just be news breaking.
What are they doing
constantly? But we appreciate you for coming out and hanging out with us. Obviously, as you can see on the thumbnail, the biggest breaking news, I would say, of the day is Kenneth Walker landing with the Kansas City Chiefs. We are going to talk about that, but the reason I'm bringing up Ken's name right now is because that is the code word for today's giveaway. That's right. We are doing a giveaway today. I am giving away a live team playbook. So if you want to be entered into win a live team playbook, all you have to do today is simply like the stream. And after you've liked the stream, you can type Kenbone, all one word, into the chat. That is the official code word today to enter the giveaway. We got about 14 and a half minutes until we start our real Dynasty draft with the Hercules League, which is a land-only member draft that, you know, we host every single Monday. We'll be here every single Monday. Brand new real league Dynasty startup draft. You can see here how you can be a part of it. But there's a lot of news to cover. So Alec Pierce ends up in Indianapolis. And then after Alec Pierce ends up in Indianapolis, they ship away Michael Pittman. They said, hey, Michael, thanks for everything you've done for the city. See ya. Bye. You're gone. We like Alec Pierce more. All right? We like Alec Pierce a little bit better. I have not had a chance to even think about where I would rank Alec Pierce at this point. I honestly haven't. Let's talk about it. He was my wide receiver 34. Michael Pittman is shipped away. I would definitely prefer Alec Pierce over Michael Pittman at this point. I probably prefer him over Devontae Adams unless I'm a contender. I probably prefer him over DK. It's close. I don't think Alec Pierce is going to drastically rise in my rankings. I think you can maybe put him at the top of this tier at like 29. I'm probably not taking him over the DJ Moores, AJ Browns, Devonta Smiths. Am I too low on him with this news, or does that kind of feel where you might lean as well?
I moved him to 33.
Okay, so right in this tier then for me.
I'm basically right with you.
Okay.
I have him just behind. Let me pull it up. I have him just behind Devontae, DJ Moore, Terry.
Okay, sure.
But ahead of like Jacoby Myers, Michael Pittman, DK Metcalf, Ricky Pearsall.
That makes sense. But Alec Pierce gets 4 years, $116 million. And hopefully Daniel Jones comes back because they had a really special connection. Apparently he turned down more money from the Patriots, Raiders, Chargers, and 49ers to stay in Indianapolis. What do the Patriots have to do for someone to be interested? All right. How many receivers have they offered a bag to? And
dude, they better get AJ Brown.
And the team, like the players been like, nah, I'm okay. I'd rather go somewhere else. So anyway, Alec Pierce and Daniel Jones look like they're going to continue their connection. Obviously, the big news of the day is Ken Bo Walker is a Kansas City Chief. Let's go!
Ooh,
I
spicy.
love it. I love it because
Yeah, dude.
this has been the absolute worst part of the Kansas City Chiefs offense since Kareem Hunt left. Since Kareem Hunt left, they have not had a running back that they can say, you're our guy, we're going to give you the work, you're going to make big plays for us. And finally, they have that in Kenneth Walker. I'm absolutely thrilled. I think this is a huge move. In fact, I went and looked at my running back rankings today, and I said, why would I not have him ahead of Breece Hall? Why would I not have him ahead of Bucky Irving? Why would I not have him ahead of Travion Henderson, Kyron Williams, Quinshon Judkins, Javonte Williams? I'm wondering right now if he's deserving of being in the JT James Cook tier. Because I certainly prefer him above the Breece Halls, the Bucky Irvings, the Travions. Right now, he's my RB8. I don't know if that's too low or if that's too high, but I think at minimum, he's got to be a top 10 Dynasty running back. No questions about it.
Yeah, you've landed exactly where I did. I have him at RB8 as well. And the only difference is that I still have Bucky ahead, but I have JT behind. I moved him above JT.
Wow.
I just think that the 3-year commitment, right?
Yeah.
If we're playing Dynasty in a 3-year window. Kenneth Walker is 25 years old.
Yep.
On when Patrick Mahomes is healthy, a top 5 offense in the league.
Yep.
And like you said, Zach, the Chiefs have not had a running back like this since Kareem Hunt left.
They haven't.
For the first time, right?
They 100% have not.
But you know what has happened every year? The Chiefs have a running back that gets drafted highly in fantasy. Mm-hmm. Because there's this opportunity.
Because we all suck at this. No, sorry. Go ahead.
Because we're terrible at this. But because there's this opportunity for explosion. And Kenneth Walker is the epitome of that.
Oh, I love an opportunity for explosion.
The fit is just it fits like a glove. It fits like you've completely derailed my thought process there.
Who doesn't love a good explosion? The more I think this through, I think he deserves to be in the JT James Cook tier. Yep. I love Bucky. There is some news to talk about with Bucky. But I don't know that I can put Bucky into that JT James Cook type of tier myself. Let's continue though, because this is huge news. I mean, what has been the concern for Ken Walker? It's not, well, he's not good enough. Well, he's not explosive enough. He doesn't have as many plays through the air that we want. No, that's never been the concern. The concern has been stop splitting touches. You go to Kansas City, you're the clear RB1. They're not going to draft Jeremiah Love anymore. Sorry, hate to break it to you. Jeremiah Love won't be a Kansas City Chief. Maybe they knew he wouldn't fall to their pick. I don't know. But now you're in a situation where you pay him 3 years on a big contract for a running back, right? End up being 3 years. Let me see what the total was. 3 years, $45 million, but 29 guaranteed. This is the James Cook scenario. We talked about it all offseason. Hopefully, he is the James Cook of this offseason where a team pays him big money, and because of the big money, you just know he's going to be fed. You know he's going to be fed, and in my opinion, I think Ken Walker, I am so curious to see how he shoots up this draft board. I think he's going to go at least a round earlier than our ADP, which was round 5.
Easily.
Yeah, he's got a new home. Michael Pittman was traded to the Steelers. And it was just a late pick round swap, but then the Steelers went and signed him to a 3-year, $60 million deal. I keep saying that we have to think about the Steelers differently than how there's a stigma, rightfully so, right, of the Arthur Smith, the Mike Tomlin-led Steelers. Yeah. However, I will say, I don't like the pairing of DK Metcalf and Michael Pittman. I don't really understand it at all. I guess, is Pittman going to be a big slot? Maybe. But he definitely did not rise in my rankings. If anything, now that I'm thinking about it, I might have him at like wide receiver 35 range, somewhere there. I don't know that I'm going to have to be able to put him higher than that. Maybe wide receiver 36. I might put Wan'Dale one spot ahead of him. I'm not thrilled about this, but I also think there's some potential sneaky upside there.
I think this is probably not great for Pittman in terms of like I would have rathered him stay in Indianapolis. The thing is, I do think Michael Pittman fits Aaron Rodgers better than DK Metcalf does.
You think so? Okay.
Just because he's like like, I feel like Rodgers needs a receiver with some nuance.
Sure.
He needs a receiver that sort of knows how to get into the right place. DK Metcalf is just big and strong and fast.
Yeah.
You know? And I feel like that connection never really worked.
That's fair.
So if it's Aaron Rodgers back, I like Pittman better than DK. But
Okay.
with the quarterback situation going forward, we just have no idea if it's we won't know if Rodgers is on this team until like August.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
'cause
like
they're
he's
asking
just
him
going to
like,
drag
"Hey
it
man,
out."
so are you going to play this year?" He's like, "Guys, I got months
don't
to
know.
make that decision still."
Yeah, and they're going to wait for him, and it's it's terrible, holding them hostage.
They actually are. Okay, so Pittman, I don't think. I don't really see this. I see this as a lateral move because you already had the ascending Alec Pierce. Alec Pierce just got signed to a big deal. You had Tyler Warren. You know, you didn't have a quarterback you loved long term. You had a quarterback that you were okay with. I just see this as a lateral move. Personally, it's not a big deal. If anything, it hurts DK Metcalf, whatever was left there of like the upside. Okay, this is a really fun one. I have been shocked how many leagues I've reviewed in the past month that have had Malik Willis on the waiver wire. And I suggested to every single person that I ever talked to about Malik Willis, please make sure you're stashing him if you can in your leagues. And now he gets a 3-year, almost $70 million deal to be the starting quarterback of the Miami Dolphins. You know, we've talked about this before. Every time he start for the Green Bay Packers, he's been a fantasy monster. You know, averaging over, I think, 20 points per game, if I'm not mistaken. I went to my quarterback rankings and I said to myself, okay, now you got a 3-year deal. This is a little bit more than a bridge contract. It feels a little bit more than a bridge contract, right? Like This is not the 2-year Justin Fields contract we saw. I'm trying to figure out exactly where I should place him. And I almost feel like he should be like around quarterback 20, ahead of your Darnold, your Jones, just because of the upside that he presents. But still behind your Shucks, Strouds, Loves. That's kind of where I am right now. I don't know if that's too high or too low, but I think he'll get plenty of opportunities to be the guy for the Dolphins.
Yeah, I have him slotted at 22.
Okay.
Just ahead of Sam Darnold, ahead of Daniel Jones.
Okay.
But it's a weird one because I think there's two. This is what I said when I was streaming earlier when it came out. The first thing I was like, the Dolphins signed him with what money? Right after they cut Tua, all of a sudden they have this money to fork over for Malik Willis.
Someone said this recently, and I think they're I'm not looking at salary cap again. I've decided I'm not looking at it again. It's fake. It's made up.
It's completely fake.
It's a fugazi.
You're completely right.
It doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah. The other thing with Malik Willis, this is a lot less money than people were talking about. We're talking about $30 million a year, and he didn't even get anything close to that.
Yeah. That's a bit ambitious.
I think the two. Well, yeah, Malik Willis is literally he's Justin Fields of last offseason from the standpoint that if he's good, he's going to be insane for fantasy football. And if he's bad, he's still going to be insane for fantasy football, but he's got no job security.
Exactly.
So it's a really weird one to grapple with. Mm-hmm. Like, I think that the case for most teams is probably hold him. Like, unless you really don't believe, like, he's going to have a 30-point game within the first 3 weeks, and there's going to be a selling window if you don't believe.
I would also say on that he feels like one of those guys where if he is good for fantasy but bad in real life, his stock will plummet like Justin Fields did, right? Where people aren't going to be willing to wait on him. He is the perfect quarterback 3 on a contender. That's what I'll say. The perfect quarterback 3 on a contender. Isaiah Likely goes to the Giants. The guy who cockblocked him for 4 years. He said, actually, I like sitting in the chair. I like it. You know what? I'll go right back in that chair, and you can pay me. How much money did they pay him? Was it $40 million or something? He
just loves John Harbaugh, man.
So I wasn't obsessed with this landing spot, but I'm starting to be more open to it. Terrence Ferguson has got to go down my rankings after they signed Ole Miss. But I think he's still in that, tight end 13 to 15 range for me. I don't think this is a landing spot where I'm like, okay, he's going to skyrocket up my rankings. They still have tight ends in the building that they like. You have to hope that Likely is more their plan for like wide receiver 2 rather than tight end 1.
This is what
You know what I mean?
This is exactly what I was thinking. Losing Wan'Dale Robinson.
Yeah.
The league is really shifting to a lot of 12 personnel, a lot of 2 tight ends on the field. Having Isaiah Likely as a big slot, Theo Johnson still playing a ton.
Yep.
I think it makes a lot of sense, especially as a team who is in desperate need of a number 2 target, right? With Wan'Dale gone, Malik Neighbors on the outside.
Around the outside.
I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I don't see how either of these guys are elite fantasy producers, though. Like,
yeah,
we haven't really seen that yet. You know, a team with 2 tight ends that play a lot.
He remains a stash. He remains a stash at this point, rather than someone that you're relying on being your starter. By the way, Mina Kimes thought this was a great little tweet here. Over the last 2 years, the Chiefs running backs have had runs for 10 or more yards less than 9% of the time, 31st amongst 32 teams. Last season, Ken Walker had the 3rd highest 10-plus yard rate of any running back. That's exactly what I was talking about when I'm saying this offense has been missing that explosive element out of the backfield. Okay, Ken Walker, we're going to do some quick fire here because the draft is about to start. Ken Walker signs a 2-year deal with the Bucs. I don't think this is very drastic news. It's a good spot for Kenneth Gainwell. Kenneth Gainwell signs a 2-year deal with the Bucs. There wasn't a scenario in my mind where the Bucs went into the season not bringing in another running back. You know what I mean? That's how I viewed it.
Zach,
they have to bring someone in. There's no Sean Tucker. There's no Rashad White. And Gainwell's a perfect, complement to a Bucky Irving. So this doesn't really change anything for me.
I tweeted this out. I was absolutely floored. I'm looking on the timeline as this is happening, and people are saying like "Rip Bucky."
Yeah.
Like people all over the time.
People will
people
say
are
anything
really
for clicks on X, won't they?
They will, and who knows how much of it is rage bait, whatever. It got me, but I don't get Sean Tucker. They're letting him walk. Rashad White's a free agent. Are they just weren't going to sign anybody? For me, this is like almost best case scenario.
I agree, 100%.
Because to have a guy who comes in and is really only going to profile as a pass catcher is huge. If they sign Tyler Algier,
exactly.
okay, then I'm like, okay, goal line might be toast.
Dowdle, Tyler Algier, yep.
Is Kenny Gainwell going to take the goal line work from Bucky? No.
Yeah,
I
100%
don't
agree.
Yeah, so
let's wait let's wait on the draft if we can. Joel, let's pause on the draft. Let's finish this.
We got
up
so much,
real
so
fast.
much happened.
But yeah, Kenneth Gainwell. I think this is great for the Bucs. I don't think this is bad for Bucky. Bucky, and by the way, if you hate this idea of like, wait, but Bucky, it was the 2-minute back and he was getting all the receptions. I saw a tweet today where someone mentioned, hey guys, 5 out of his 77 career receptions came on 3rd down. So can we just can we chill? All right. I think this is best case scenario for him. I 100% agree with you. Just a quick little fun note for all of my people out there like me who are team Ashton Genty, who feel like he had the best case scenario as a rookie. Signing Tyler Linderbaum, I know it's a big money deal, but this automatically improves your offensive line. It automatically improves Mendoza's chance at success, and ultimately the offensive line, which will be very helpful for Ashton Genty. We haven't talked about this yet. Tyler Algier signs a 2-year, $12.3 million deal with the Cardinals, and I just, as a Trey Benson truther,
yeah.
I kind of have to agree with Andy Holloway. I don't know. Okay, again, we can play this is best case scenario because maybe they were going to draft Jeremiah Love. At the same time, if we're realistic, Trey Benson goes into his 3rd year. They bring back James Conner. They sign Tyler Algier. Now you don't have one guy you have to compete with for opportunities. You have 2. And by the way, they've both been very effective in the past multiple years. I don't know how much worse. Like, the only way this could have gone worse for Trey Benson is if they drafted Jeremiah Love. I don't know how it could have gone worse for him.
Yeah, it would have been Jeremiah Love, or it would have been one of the big like if ETN went there. Other than 100%. That, this is Algier's good enough where it's like, I don't know, man. I don't see a path here. It's a new coaching staff.
Exactly.
Trey Benson has not shown anything as a pro.
He has shown flashes, but he's not been able to stay healthy, and that's ultimately probably what will bury him.
And Mike LaFleur coming in cannot be like, okay, I'm confident with Trey Benson as my RB2 because he just hasn't seen enough of it.
Yeah. I'm moving Benson down to around RB40. I don't even know if that's low enough.
He's a pure handcuff now with like upside if somebody gets injured, I think.
The way I read this is it is Algier's job. I've ranked him as RB24.
Okay.
And that's only because I just don't see how James Conner, who was already an aging player, coming off a serious injury, is going to be better than, like, to me, James Conner and Alvin Kamara are very much in the same boat in the sense of like aging veteran that I don't really trust that much anymore. I'll view this as Tyler Allgeier's job. I'd put him right there as RB24. I asked myself, would I rather have Allgeier or David Montgomery? And the answer is Allgeier pretty comfortably for me. That's where I've ranked him there. I don't think he's like a long-term answer, but I would be shocked if the Cardinals go back to the running back well again this offseason. Like maybe it's a 7th-round running back, but I don't think they go a running back in round 1, 2, 3. I just don't see them going after another big free agent. Now you've got 3 guys in that backfield with Allgeier, Benson, and Connor. And I just would project Allgeier, who's been really good, by the way, with his opportunities, to finally get the opportunity to be at least the 1st and 2nd down back.
Yeah, there's a few things. I'm very close. I'm a little lower on the Allgeier projection.
Okay.
I think that
this is all initial thoughts, so I could be sold.
Exactly. And I think I need to think about this a little more too. The money isn't as much as I thought he would get. Like Tyler Allgeier got less than Kenny Gainwell.
Yeah, I did notice that.
Which is
at the same time, like I go back to J.K. Dobbins and I ask the question, like last year, he was just the better player. And, you know, what would Najee Harris have done in LA if he was healthy? How annoying would he have been? I just feel like, you know, these guys who have proven production sometimes are a little bit more valuable.
I also
think the big deal.
There's a few things. Here's the 3 things for me. The money isn't huge. I still think, and because of that, I still think James Conner will have a role. Like I don't think they bring him back if the rehab isn't going well, if the projection for next year isn't good. The team sucks. This is a team, we'll get to it, who signed Gardner Minshew to be the backup to Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah.
This team is not good, and Allgeier doesn't catch passes
yet.
So
James Conner didn't catch passes for a while.
That's true. So there's the upside shot there that he could turn into that pass catching back. I just think there's
yeah. No, that's fair.
There's enough stacked up there that I don't know if he has like
that's fair.
Like mid RB2 potential, but yeah.
Yeah, I just like who are we taking over him?
His landing spot. Like imagine it like
Hubbard, Dowdle. I don't think I'm taking any
his
of those
landing
guys
spot
over.
could have been so much better. Like imagine he went to the Broncos as like the RJ Harvey compliment. Like just
I don't know. I think I'm just out on Connor, and maybe that's where we might
that's fine.
We might see it differently because, you know, how old is James Conner going to be now? You know, coming off that serious injury.
I think he'll be 31.
Yeah, I mean he will be 31 coming off a serious injury. I think he's more of like a depth piece, like a Nick Chubb, than he is a serious contender to have the starting job, but I could be wrong there. I don't think you signed Tyler Allgeier if you thought Connor could be a really important like 1B in your offense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
why bring him back then at all?
Because he probably costs
I guess you have no
nothing.
faith in Trey Benson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It might be more an indictment on Benson. Okay. Travis Etienne. We haven't even talked about Etienne yet. Travis Etienne is a New Orleans Saint. You know, how often have we seen Jeremiah Love to the Saints this offseason?
Not happening anymore.
Not going to happen.
Well, real quick, I think this tells me that the Chiefs and the Saints knew this entire time that Love wasn't getting to him.
I agree. I absolutely agree. That was almost a foregone conclusion in their minds. Now, it's weird with Etienne because, to be honest, the more that this offseason goes on, the more I think, wow, Scatterboo got out of this clean, man.
Dude.
And I'm asking myself, where do I rank Etienne? I don't feel comfortable putting him ahead of Chase Brown, McCaffrey, Saquon.
No.
I think RB19 is where he's going to settle, which is where he was before free agency. Am I too low on Etienne?
No, I don't think so. I have him at 18. I have him like back to back with Jacobs and Saquon. Like I think those 3 are a really nice 3-pack to just keep together. The thing is with Etienne, like I don't think this is the thing. I think the financial commitment is nice. The situation is undoubtedly worse. Like the Saints offense is not as good as the Jags, even though it is on the upward trajectory. Young quarterback, young head coach. that worked well last year. Shuck could be the guy. This offense it's an up arrow for the offense, but it's not as good as it would have been in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
And he's 27. Like, this is an old second contract player.
Yeah, but
So
he's one of those guys who missed a year from his rookie season.
yeah, he's only played 4 years.
Yeah. I think, again, we're playing in 2 to 3 year windows. I could see this Saints offense really being a lot better. I really could if they add like a number 2 behind Olave as well. But Alvin Kamara,
they were good when
here's
Chuck
what
started.
I know for
Like,
sure, Sammy. Alvin Kamara is done. Is done.
He's toast. It's over.
As someone who drafted him in the Flock League last year and had to watch the Saints offense for about 10 weeks, I can promise you with 100% conviction that Alvin Kamara is done. Okay? There is no juice left in those legs. It's not even like the Saints offense was bad. No. Like, he was awful. He was truly awful. There's nothing left there. Etienne will be the guy, in my opinion. Like, maybe Kamara goes to a third down role, but this is Etienne's job. No doubt about it in my mind.
Well, yeah, I saw that also they did some sort of restructure to Kamara's contract that made it easier on the 2026 books if he retired.
Okay, yeah. And
or if they moved off him, something.
I don't see why
but
he did not look inspired to play football last year as someone who drafted him. It was a difficult watch, honestly. So Travis Etienne, who says, "Who dat? Let's work." He is in New Orleans. This was shocking to me. This was as jarring as any signing was today. Was seeing Mike Evans on a 3-year deal going to the Niners.
You know, he's 32 and a half. Like, he's not.
He'll be 33 when the season starts, which means that this contract lasts until he's 36 years old, basically. And we thought he might retire. Like, there were so many reports that, and he even talked about it open, like, I don't know, I might retire. I'm not sure. And now he's on a 3-year deal, signed with the 49ers. I'm like, this is crazy. And for a guy who can't stay healthy, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I love him in San Francisco. It's a joke, but what did you think about this? This is wild to me.
It got more and more likely as the day went on that there was a chance he was leaving.
Yeah.
But to get a 3-year deal for a guy that will be 33 when the season starts is David in the chat saying 3,000 more yards for Mike Evans. I mean, I think that. Look, even though he has a 3-year deal, you still have to look at this as a year-to-year projection.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not moving Evans up thinking that he's going to be playing for 3 years.
Yeah.
But, dude, I was floored by the 3-year deal. There's no way he plays that. Like, he's not playing at 35.
I don't know. I really don't know. His hair can't last that long. He's
Jerry Rice now?
He's got to get the Pitbull skull shaver at some point.
12
seasons, 6 Pro Bowls, 13,000 yards, 108 touchdowns, and a Super Bowl ring. I am someone who did think Mike Evans was going to move on from the Bucs this offseason. A lot of people, I don't know if you remember, I released that video and I said, here are players that I refuse to sell. I refuse to sell these players. I don't know if you remember that. And people got really upset because of the terminology that I used. I said they're not for sale. And one of those players was Emeka Egbuka, right? And it was just because I felt like their confidence and their reputation, their expectations in the Dynasty community will be more by the time the season starts than it was today. That was a month ago. And Emeka Egbuka is one of those names. And one of the big reasons is because I did think that ultimately Mike Evans was going to be moved on from. And now you go and you look at this offense in Tampa Bay and you think, I mean, why in the world would Egbuka not be the wide receiver one on this team moving forward? I mean, I love Jalen McMillan.
It's only because Jalen McMillan is incredible. But in all seriousness, the opportunity is now there. There isn't that alpha that's going to be taking all the targets. Godwin clearly took a step back after the injury again. Maybe it's a year after the year, whatever. But, I think if Baker can figure it out, Zach Robinson, a lot of excitement for Egbuka here. A ton of excitement for Egbuka.
I'm pretty comfortably putting Egbuka above Odunze, McConkey, Bird, and Jameson now. In fact, I think he deserves to be in the T. Higgins tier. Not everybody's going to agree with me.
I have him
that's okay.
I think I have him one spot ahead of T. Higgins, actually.
Okay, so we're kind of on the same page there. You go and you look at a Jalen McMillan, who, longtime my guy. If y'all been watching the channel, y'all know I love me some Jalen McMillan. I had some ridiculous comps for him coming out. I would comfortably put Jalen McMillan probably is it crazy to say, like, I think I won him over Xavier Worthy? Is that too crazy to say?
Well, is that, yeah, I mean, yeah, Worthy at, no. I think maybe, like, when you get into, like,
This is all initial reactions. I got time. I got weeks to really figure this out, but that's my initial thought.
Exactly. No, I completely get that. I think there's some, yeah, it's hard. Like, I'm taking him over, like, the vets where you don't know if they're playing, right? Like, Diggs and Tyreek. And would you rather have him over Godwin right now?
That's think tough, it depends
right?
on if you're competing or not. I put those guys right beside
agree.
each other. If I'm competing, I probably still want Godwin for the next couple of years. Now, the opposite side of that is Mike Evans, who I have not moved in my rankings yet. He was wide receiver 61 because I thought the guy might retire or like a 1-year deal with the Titans was coming, right? I mean, that's what we all thought was happening. And that's not the case. So Mike Evans, 3 years that's a big number. I probably want him over Cortland Sutton. I probably want Ricky Pearsall still. I'm thinking like wide receiver 39-ish in the Terry McLaurin range, the Michael Pittman range, Jacoby Myers. I think that's probably where I would land right now. I don't know if you have a different opinion though.
No, I'm just looking at it now. He's not a guy that I was moving around a lot when all the news was rolling in, but yeah, no, I think he belongs. It's hard because it's a year-to-year projection, but when you look at him versus like the vets, like you mentioned, Jacoby Myers, Michael Pittman, DK Metcalf, although they probably give you more time, does the single year of production, like, because look, it's a 3-year deal, but I cannot look at him as beyond a 1-year player.
I'm just as much a 1-to-1 on names like Myers, Sutton, McLaurin, Pittman. Like those guys are just as much on a 1-to-1 to me as Mike Evans is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think I think they should be, just because the situation can change so much, and they're like,
not some like pillar
29
to their franchises at this point.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought this was we talked about this a little bit with Arondé Gadsden, the fact that I thought they would bring in a blocking tight end and what would that mean for his receiving role. I think this is probably best case scenario. They spent significant money, I would say, for Charlie Kolar, who's a known well blocking tight end. That was never going to be Gadsden's role. I think this is probably best case scenario for Gadsden. Obviously, the other news is Tua Tagovailoa joins the Falcons. Look, I mean, if you own Drake London or Kyle Pitts or Bijan Robinson, I think this is best case scenario because you got 2 guys who could be your starter. And 2 guys who, if the other guy's not playing well enough, the other can really come in and we'll see. This is, I think, best case scenario rather than you go signing a Kenny Pickett with Michael Penix. You know what I mean? So this is not going to change rankings at all, but it's worth noting that, hey, Tua gets to kind of stay relatively close to Florida here.
This is the ugliest quarterback battle of all time.
Yeah.
Maybe you have, between the 2 of them, you have one good, healthy,
that's what's funny.
Left-handed quarterback.
See, if you could put their bodies together in a lab and you could, remove the legs of Michael Penix and just give him Tua's legs, but then give Tua Michael's Penix arm, and then maybe half their brains in half, and then remove some of the bad parts, you could have a pretty good quarterback.
Well, and here's the thing. Tua Tagovailoa, historically, cannot throw outside the numbers.
Yes.
Right? Everything's in tight. Everything's over the middle. Everything's checked down. It's quick stuff. What can Michael Penix not do? Throw over the middle of the field. He can only throw to the outside.
So we just combine them together and like a Lego interlock.
I was talking to my brother about this today. He's like, what if Stefanski just rotated them during the game? Like you had like a 3rd down quarterback.
I would not be opposed to that, honestly, because they're both so bad that maybe you road to glory this thing and just have them fight for the position. Okay, but it's a 1-year deal. It's a prove-it deal. I thought this was pretty significant. The fact that we so confidently got the Jacoby Brissett is the starter for the Cardinals next year report. Because if you are team... I need to add Jacoby Brissett to my rankings, by the way, but this doesn't really change a lot for me with Jacoby. I would still put him probably right above like Aaron Rodgers at quarterback 31 or something. He's not his name isn't significant. Maybe if you're a contender, he can be your quarterback 3, but he could lose his job in the span of 2 weeks. Like, he really could.
Exactly. He was slinging it, though.
He was slinging it. But if you were
Flock
a guy
league,
that...
he was my flock league quarterback down the stretch.
Exactly. If you're a guy that's betting on Michael Wilson or, Trey McBride, like, this is probably best case scenario. Don't you think?
For Michael Wilson,
yeah.
I mean, it's got to be best case scenario because the familiarity is there. I mean, look, the Cardinals are the Cardinals, the Jets, and the Browns just live in. They're sadistic. They just don't like their fans. I don't think.
I don't think any of them like their fans.
Is there anything like could you have built a less inspiring quarterback room than Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew? Because
it's inspiring backups everywhere. Okay, you want to talk about inspiration? It's really inspiring backups across the nation.
If you can throw the ball 40 yards and you got a dream, you can play for the Arizona Cardinals.
That's right.
But I don't understand. Look, for fantasy, we all have we have a nice opinion of Jacoby Brissett because he was slinging it like crazy and he pays for 700 pass attempts. The guy won one game.
He wasn't good, though.
He was not
objectively not good. Yeah.
He was not good. He was the Jameis 30-30 season. Like this team was not good. They did not win games.
Yeah. Look,
I don't understand. I don't get this at all.
It's best case scenario for all the options that this could have been Tua, for example, right? So it is like best case scenario for all the options that were available to you. Here's the funny thing. I can't think of a single reason to move Michael Wilson or Marvin Harrison in my rankings. With this move, this is the most lateral move you could possibly make. I still think there's regression coming for the passing attack. I can't think of a single reason to move them. Whatever your take was before today, it probably should stay the same based off this news here. And then obviously Rico Dowdle signs with the Steelers. I hate it. I hate it for so many reasons. But, one of those reasons is Caleb Johnson. I was hoping that maybe there was a world that would exist where, I don't know, like he could have had a shot, just a shot at something. And now I am very concerned that he's basically going to go into complete irrelevancy again. I don't like it for Rico Dowdle either, by the way. I'm not a fan of this for Rico Dowdle either.
The guy cannot get out of these committees. He's shackled to being a 1B or however you want to look at it, right? Like it's a disaster.
It is a genuine disaster. I have him at RB 32.
Jalen Warren at all.
This feels too high for Rico Dowdle at RB 32.
Rico
and you're right,
or
like
Ramondre?
Warren feels difficult to rank as well. What was your question?
Rico or Ramondre?
That's a great question.
That's what I'm looking at right now.
And I think that.
But I hate this for Jalen. This is really bad for Jalen Warren too, right? Like.
I don't think it's really bad, but it's certainly not ideal. Like, would you rather have Warren or Algier now?
Algier.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I didn't want to sound crazy. What about Warren or Dobbins?
That's where I'll take Warren.
I think so too.
Wait, Zach, you don't have their age up. Okay, who's older, Warren or Dobbins?
I would say Warren's older.
He is. Isn't that insane?
Yeah, because Dobbins came out so young, and Dobbins was such a good prospect. People will forget. He was such a good prospect, dude. He really was.
Robbed with the injuries. But yeah, Jalen Warren, like, Rico Dowdle's going to take a lot of the stuff that Kenny Gainwell did not take. Mm-hmm. And he's good. Like Rico Dowdle is good.
Yep.
Oh, 100%. No shot is it guaranteed.
I think this is worse. This is the worst case landing spot in fantasy so far. Rico Dowdle to the Steelers. It's not great for Rico. It's not great for Warren. It kills Caleb Johnson. And yeah, it's just kind of disgusting.
You move everybody down.
Yeah.
That's how you know it's bad. Like, at least, you just move everybody down.
Did just move everyone down. I think you're right.
Yeah.
J.K. Dobbins signs in Denver. I know that this might sound weird, but I thought this was best case scenario for R.J. Harvey.
It's a win for sure.
I really thought it was best case scenario because it's familiar. You know what role he can play. You know he can still be really effective with Dobbins back there. I would still give Harvey a chance to win that job over the course of a year. That's the difference between Harvey and Benson. Harvey was able to stay healthy. He was able to show us something. And, maybe he'll get his quote-unquote receiver wings with Sean Payton, as Sean Payton says every once in a while. But that is pretty much the recap on free agency, guys. There's a lot that went down. I appreciate y'all so much for being here. We're going to jump into a real draft here with the Hercules League. Thank you, Hercules League, for being patient. There was so much news to cover there. And by the way, I want to take a second before we dive into this real league to let you guys know we just announced our latest league that you can enter, the Hades League. All right, the Hades League is now available for you to enter. And by the way, if you want to jump into a league, we're doing them every single Monday. There'll be a brand new league that is announced. And it is for a promo code LAND annual Mother Flocker member. So you got to be an annual Mother Flocker member to get into a LAND league. It's a very simple process. You can see the steps here. You become an annual Mother Flocker member. You sync your Discord. That's what will allow you to see the LAND Leagues tab, which every Monday will have a new form that you can be a part of. You submit the form, and then every Thursday night, we will raffle off spots for that league. If you're going to be a brand new member and you are signing up to be in a league, please DM me. I'd love to fast track you right into this league before the drawing on Thursday. The Hades League, again, now available for you to enter. Follow those steps. Shout out to Rowan, who will be commissioning that league for us. One more thing before we get into this real draft. This is going to be really fun because we just talked about free agency, all the changes, and guess what? Now we get to go into not a mock draft, but a real draft. Real decisions are going to be made here. This is a LAND community draft, and people are going to have to decide how they value these free agents right after free agency has begun. But if you guys want to get into today's giveaway, very simple. We are offering my Tier 1 live team playbook as a giveaway today. All you have to do to enter is simply like the stream. That's step 1. Step 2 is to enter our code word for the day, which is Ken Bone. And of course, if you want to get a team review in for today's stream, I've got plenty of reviews that we're going to be getting to today, so it's a great time to join the queue. You can use the same link that is in the pinned comment of the chat. Joel, let's go ahead and fire this thing on. Let's get started. As Bijan went the 101, Drake May and Josh Allen were right after him.
Last week, I wasn't like watching. I know I stopped and I wasn't watching the entire time. But 2 weeks ago, Bijan was the 101, wasn't he?
It's getting, yeah.
Didn't we have a crazy one where like it was like Josh Allen and Drake May were 5 and 6?
We've had some pretty wild drafts as of recent. By the way, just so everybody knows the format, this is a super flex start 10.
Okay.
Yep, it's a 0.5 premium, 6-point passing touchdown. Now, a couple rules that Sammy and I are going to try our best to. Actually, the rule won't apply to me. It will apply to Sammy, and I will hold you to it religiously. Code Cinnamon. All right, so what is Code Cinnamon? Code Cinnamon's basically, hey, if someone hasn't been drafted, do your best not to shout their name in every single chat and, kind of be that guy. Let's try and allow people to naturally draft these players wherever they're going to go off the board. But Code Cinnamon is what we're going to be applying today because this is a real draft, real money league on the line. Do us a favor. If you're having a fun time, hit the like button, subscribe if you want to join the LAND community here. And feel free to DM me if you have any questions or drop a question here if you want to get into one of these real drafts with our community. All right. Sammy, Bijan at the 101. Drake May at the 102. Josh Allen at the 103. Chase, Gibbs, JSN, Puka, and Jaden Daniels to start the draft. Nothing too crazy. Nothing out of the ordinary so far based off what we've seen this year.
I feel like that is kind of your top 8, right? I think that, the top 3 wide receivers, the 3 quarterbacks, and the 2 running backs. That's sort of pretty chalky, and honestly, it makes me like the 108 a heck of a lot.
I agree. I think the 108 is
getting
a fantastic spot, and this is a third-round reversal too, so keep that in mind. I will say, for Jaden Daniels' sake, I was really hoping that a veteran receiver that signed a deal today might be heading to Washington. You see, that's a veteran move right there. You see what I just did? That's a savvy veteran move for Code Cinnamon. Just teaching
Zach,
you,
raising
you up.
I almost interrupted you and broke it.
Well, I'm just teaching everybody as we kind of grow together. Okay, the first round ends. We have 4 quarterbacks gone. Okay. Only 2 running backs, which is not that unusual, but we have seen a particular guy get drafted pretty high in the last couple of drafts. But we have 6 wide receivers. All of them are guys that you could envision at some point having a wide receiver 1 overall finish between your Chases, your JSNs, your Pukas, your Neighbors, your Amon-Ra's, and your CeeDee Lambs, as Ashton Jeanty is off the board at the 201.
Big day of confidence for Jeanty, I think.
Yes, I agree with the signing of Tyler Linderbaum, which again we said like, hey, I just couldn't understand. I just kept saying I feel like this is Jeanty's floor. Like the team can only get better, right? And we saw it get better already, and it's going to keep getting better. I'm going to pull up ADP because I actually created some ADP from our real draft so far this year.
Heck yeah.
And I'll tell you guys that Jeremiah Love with a 101 had an ADP of the 112. And he goes off the board at the 202 here, which that is not unusual at all. The highest we've seen him drafted so far in a real draft is the 110. So it's not unusual to see him go that high.
I mean, I think as we get closer and closer to the draft, there's just more certain. I feel like, look, if you believe the Giants smoke about them taking Love at 5, then they could be in this mix as well. But it feels like he's a Titan or he's a Commander.
See, I thought the same thing, and then I'm asking myself, like, is it that people just didn't want to take a chance on what would happen in the draft, and so the Saints and the Chiefs just got their guys in free agency? Or is it that he's going to go that high? Because transparently, I don't think he makes sense anywhere outside of Tennessee or Washington in the top 10. So then I'm asking myself, if he falls outside the top 10, what is the first team that we would like for fantasy? Because Chase Brown gets killed to Cincinnati. Miami gets Devon Achane killed unless they trade him, which there have been rumors they could. Dallas would kill Javonte Williams. The Rams, oh my God, we don't need another running back there. The Raiders don't need another running back. Bucky Irving gets killed by pick 15. Breece Hall gets killed by pick 16. Is 18 the first spot we would naturally say, yeah, I love Jeremiah Love there to the Vikings?
Yeah, and this is why
it's got to be top 10, doesn't it?
This is the thing. He's a Titan or he's a Commander. Like,
That's
there's no. Like. It has to be, and I really do think that, with teams at the combine talking, hearing what people are saying, Jeremiah, I just think that they've heard that, okay, the Commanders love this guy or the Titans love this guy, and everybody's talking about how he's a top 3 player in the draft, right?
Yeah,
phenomenal prospect. I want the Titans to draft him. I've said this on the stream before. I want good players who score touchdowns.
Yeah.
And he does that.
That makes sense. What's up, Rick? A lot of people have this question. A lot of people have this question often. Right now, I can tell you that there's no natural way on the website for you to support multiple people at this time. However, I can tell you the number is in the hundreds when it comes to the amount of people that support both myself and Domain in particular. We have a lot of crossover. The number is very high from the amount of people who have 2 accounts and they support both of us. That is the only way really to do it. There's no pressure for you to do so. But if you follow that link that is pinned in the chat, and you follow these steps, you can be in a league with me, right? Or with the land community. So that is not something that I would ever ask you to do to support multiple creators on the site. But just going to be transparent with you, that is the way that people who want to support both of us end up doing it right now. So that is an option for yourself, my friend.
And if you're
go ahead.
If you have code land, and you can buy a review from Domain, and vice versa.
That's true. Yes, that's why the a la carte store is so.
That's why the store's there, and that supports whoever you don't have your code for.
Exactly.
Even if you don't have their code, yeah, exactly.
But of course, over here, if you want to get into a league like this, which we run every single Monday, got to be promo code LAND, annual Motherflocker member. Anybody who signs up here on stream, please let me know, and I will fast track you into next week's league. I will do it right here, right now for you. and you can use a link in the pinned comment. What are we thinking here about the second round?
I got a conversation I kind of want to have.
Okay.
Devon Achane goes off with the 203. How does Malik Willis make you feel about Devon Achane?
That's a good question. It makes me feel like they're going to really focus on the run game.
Yes, I agree. And I just look at a guy like Breece Hall last year.
Right.
And it's hard not to see some similarities in awesome player, 3-down skill set, great receiving option.
Yeah.
If Malik Willis is bad, like, this is going to suck. This is going to be like Achane has a chance more than a lot of guys that will be drafted around his ADP come redraft season to completely bust, and not in a good way.
Sure. It's just so hard when a guy has multiple years of elite production and, you know, has just proven himself on such a large scale. You know, I would argue that I wouldn't be opposed to Devon Achane being traded, but, you know, 17 or more points per game every year of his career. The past 2 seasons playing 16 or more games in each year. 21 points per game last year. But you're right. If you look at the Mike McDaniel offense, specifically with Tua, it very heavily targeted running backs out of the backfield. They were top 7, I think, every year Achane has been in the league so far. The good news is that Achane is the guy who's calling plays was already a part of that offensive group, if that makes sense. I believe it was their pass coordinator who is now their offensive coordinator. So that's the good news.
It's Bobby Slowick.
Is it Bobby Slowick?
It's Bobby Slowick. But he wasn't in Houston last year. I don't know where he was last year, but he wasn't in Houston.
I think he was a part of...
He was on the staff as like doing something.
Okay, I could be mistaken then. Give me 1 second, because I swear I was looking this up. He was their passing game coordinator in 2025, yes. And now he's their offensive coordinator.
Yeah, so you'd hope that there's some continuity there, that he's learned from Mike McDaniel and he's able to...
He also had that season with Joe Mixon, where Joe Mixon was the feature running back.
Yep. Yeah, I have no doubt about, my concern is not about usage. It's not about Achane's ability. It's not about the fact that he is like a scheme-dependent player and that without Mike McDaniel and Tua, he's going to be terrible. I just worry that the team's going to suck. Like, I just don't have a lot of belief in Malik Willis at all. And if you recall, Zach, I'm sure you've looked at this split many times. Devon Achane with and without Tua.
Yeah.
It was insane. Like when Tua got hurt with the concussions in 2024 and Tyler Huntley was playing, Achane was unstartable.
Yeah.
So
it's a fair conversation. When did Tua get injured this year, though? Or when did he lose his job? Did he? I can't remember.
It was at the very, very end. Yeah, Quinn Ewers started like 3 games.
Okay, so Tua played until week 15. So what did Achane do from week 16 onwards? Do we know that answer? Let's find out.
Let's find out.
So Achane
with Quinn Ewers at the helm
from weeks 1 to 14 versus what was it, 15 to 15 onwards, or was it 16 onwards?
I think Tua played in week 15.
Okay, so weeks 1 to 15 versus 16 onwards. Let's have a little look here. So yes, he did go down from about 21 points per game to about 16. Look, I don't think what you're saying is crazy. I think it's difficult to rationalize because, I mean, man, look at those targets as well. 5.5, over 5.5 down to 3.
Yeah, it's just the way Tua plays. Like, it's just...
I don't think you're bringing up a bad talking point here.
And this is the thing. All I did was I moved him below Hampton, and I moved him below the 101.
Okay.
That was basically the only change that I made right now. And they were all in the same tier before that anyways.
That doesn't seem crazy to me.
No, I just think, and it's like, I just worry, can he have the huge, explosive 20-plus point per game season in this new system? The fact is we do not know.
No, we don't. And when a player is priced this high, there's not really much higher for them to go, is there?
Exactly. And that's where it's like the risk is so much greater when you're picking this player at the 2-3, right? Like, again, like I bring up Breece Hall, disaster of a season.
Yeah.
Because the offense sucked. And it didn't matter
But
that the offensive line was good.
I will say that I'm confident that if the Dolphins are bad, then Achane will be heavily featured in the air every single game. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're not going to be down multiple scores, and Malik Willis is going to run the ball 30 times. Like,
yeah, I think his floor is higher than a Breece of last year for sure. I just think he could, like what does like an RB 14 overall season do for Achane?
It would plummet him to RB 12 or something in Dynasty. I would say. Okay.
Yeah, I just think if Malik,
Sorry, through 2 rounds, we only had 8 quarterbacks selected. Okay. Tetairoa McMillan goes at the 210. Right. I can't understand. Like, I love Tetairoa McMillan a lot. And I don't know what the ceiling is for a player like this, who Drake London was always the comp. But for just to see him side by side with Tetairoa McMillan, it's a tough thing to see for me. Bowers and McMillan right by each other. Joe Burrow valued around a McMillan. I don't know why. Maybe it's psychological for me. He had an incredible rookie year. I'm just saying, I'm finding it hard to justify him at the 210 there.
He had a good rookie year. It's like, I don't know. Have we talked about T-Mac very much?
Nope. I don't think we have.
Okay. Because I'm like lower on him than anybody on the site.
Like comfortably?
Pretty comfortably, I think.
Okay. I like him, but I'm concerned about Bryce Young kind of relying on Bryce Young.
I think he's phenomenal. Dude, this is what I'm saying. Bryce Young averages like 200 passing yards a game in his career. Like, I just don't... They're getting mocked. Jordan Tyson in the first round. Like, I just don't know if there's enough passing volume here. He had a good rookie season. I think he's a phenomenal... I thought he was a phenomenal prospect. I was really excited. I just don't know if there's ever going to be enough passing volume in this offense for him to take over, you know?
Yes. Rick Tang says, please save a spot for me in the Hades League if you see this message. Working on becoming a member now. No worries, man. Let me know when you sign up. Just, again, make sure you use the promo code LAND. Got to be a promo code LAND member. And on the annual Motherflocker membership.
Oh, we got a double tight end again.
I did see that. Double tight end. JC Plummer's going. Bowers and Loveland back to back. It is a tight end premium, but it's 0.5, so it's not too significant. But again, I look at a McMillan, and I just ask myself, in the next 3 years, is McMillan really going to give me more points per game than the other guys that went off the board a round or so later? Maybe 2 rounds later. We can't talk about some of these names, but Chris Olave, Egbuka, Nico Collins was only a couple picks after. But I just feel with McMillan, I don't know for certain that he's going to give me some advantage that a player going in round 4 or 5 won't. And when you look at like a Jackson Dart available, a Patrick Mahomes, okay, George Pickens is another great name. I couldn't tell you who scores more points in the next 3 years. I have no idea. And I don't feel comfortable with my second round pick being kind of in that atmosphere. You know, I don't feel comfortable with it. I don't like that McBride went at the 3 or 4. You know, like I would have rather gone McBride and known, okay, I'm getting a big advantage at tight end. You know, so it maybe I'm just a little too hesitant, or maybe we have overcorrected a little bit on McMillan. So I think it's a conversation that's definitely worth having. Nate Tano with the super chat here. He said 310 in a startup, currently picking. You know what? I can't say some of these names because of Code Cinnamon. But would you take one quarterback or the other? Or the
I would take the first one. Okay, if we're gonna go quarterback, I would take the first one.
I don't know if we can talk about any of these names yet.
Or the rookie pick, which we're not going to talk about which rookie pick it is.
Why don't we wait 2 rounds and then we'll answer this question, because I think most of those players
stick around, Nay, because all of the players in your trade are in your selections here are about to get taken. With the Tetairoa McMillan stuff, one thing, the silver lining here is this is a player that I think has a ton of value insulation.
That's fair.
Even though if I completely agree with you that I don't really know what to expect from the production over the next 3 years. Look at a guy like Garrett Wilson. Just holds value like a monster because we know how good he is. And it's over and over again. Okay, the situation holding him back, the quarterback holding him back, the offense holding him back. And Garrett Wilson still, in year 5, without a wide receiver 1 season to his name, is getting picked at the 312.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a really good counterpoint. And like Drake London was in that range for a while too. It was like a same conversation
and so
for
like
Drake London.
I wouldn't take Tyrone McMillan this high because I don't think he's going to score a lot of points for me, but you will be able to trade him in any of the next few off seasons, I think, because he is very good.
Okay, let's talk about round 3. Jalen Hurts goes. We see Emeka Egbigbo at the 302. Which,
Zach,
go ahead.
I can't believe the Jalen Hurts. I can't believe it.
How he keeps falling? Yeah. Well, I'm just as upset about Jalen Hurts at the 303 as I am like Dart and Mahomes and Herbert all going this late.
Dart, yeah.
That is the
Dart
nature of startup drafts now. Okay, so in round 3, Egbuka goes at the 302. Remember, we talked about how Mike Evans
big jump for him
would be
what
a
was
huge
his ADP
jump.
so far?
So his ADP, I can tell you through all of the drafts we've done so far with Land Community, has on average been the 403. So he jumped an entire round.
Oh, wow. Yeah, there you go.
After the Mike Evans move, which is why I featured him on a video called I Refuse to Sell These Players. Yeah, you all were upset about the title of the video. You're like, that's stupid. Everybody has a price. You're terrible at this. But this is why I said I refused to sell him, because I thought his value was going to increase. Makes sense now, right? Right, guys? Right? Come on, please. Tell me you understand now. I know that everyone was so upset about that. I'm like, guys, really? We're not on the same page here? Okay. In round 3, we get the 102. And by the way, there is this little from South Harmon, Joel, our commissioner of this league, mentioned that this is like a pick tracker for a startup. So we can actually
I've used this before.
Everyone who has drafted so far. So the 101 is with Cam, the 102 is with Chicken, and the 103 is with Carter. And we will track that kind of as we go here.
It's a good way to know which rookie pick is next.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Which the 104 just went to JC Plummer. Okay,
I think he'll take Sadiq there.
You think so? Just to add to the room? Okay, I was so curious when this was going to happen.
There we go.
Kenneth Walker comes off the board at the 405.
A pick ahead of JT.
1 pick ahead of Jonathan Taylor, which I don't know if that's the right move or not, but I understand why, because of the hype. And, you know, I have them in the same tier. We talked about it earlier on the show. You know, looking at those running backs now, I do have... Was this guy drafted yet? Yeah, James Cook and Kenneth Walker and Taylor, all 3 of these guys in the same tier. I was personally surprised. I like Chase Brown, but I was personally a little surprised to see him go as high as a 311 without any long-term security. The reason we love drafting Chase Brown is because he falls to you in a draft and you're like, I've already got 5 or 4 players I've built my dynasty team around. Now I can draft my RB1 or my RB2 and know they're going to give me production this year. I feel like propping Chase Brown into the 311 is a little hard for me to digest. That actually would make him the RB7. That's a little too expensive for me on Chase Brown without any long-term security.
Yeah, I love Chase Brown, and even I am... That's a little bit high. I just don't think you needed to take him that high, I guess is. Even though I love Chase Brown, there's been smoke about an extension, but you don't have it.
Yeah. And it would be really difficult to get done on the team that he's currently a part of with all that they've spent, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But am I alone there? The Chase Brown feels a little too high. Not trying to be, you know, too harsh or anything. I just feel like that fell a little too high for me.
Yeah.
But we do get the 103, 104. I mean, we got guys not drafting for team construction. They're just saying these are the best values. And to be fair, Trevor Lawrence at the 407,
phenomenal value.
That is pretty good value. I kind of understand why Ben felt like he had to do that. I'm not gonna lie.
I one thing that I've tried to stop doing with myself is giving myself chores. I think Ben now has a chore to trade one of these players if he wants to try and maximize the value of his starting lineup. But yeah, phenomenal value there. Maybe he decides now he wants to trade Caleb Williams and ride with Herbert and Lawrence. Who knows?
Right? Because this is the funny part about the way Superflex startup drafts are going right now. Everyone is going to punt quarterbacks. We know that by now. But guess what? As soon as this draft is over, everybody's going to look at their team and say, well, shit, I wish I had 2 really good quarterbacks.
Am I starting? I'm starting Jacoby Brissett week 1.
Yep. 2 is going to win the job,
shit.
Right?
Oh, we both did it.
Fuck. But it doesn't matter for me. That's strike 1.
No, you're allowed. Yeah.
That's strike 1 on Sammy, Code Cinnamon, which we are following religiously on the channel. I'm sure we are killing it today with Code Cinnamon.
Ben fried? Ben cooked.
We got to lead by example here.
I love that.
As Roma Dunze comes off the board at the 410. Okay, can I answer this super chat from... Okay, so he was saying, would you take Lawrence or Purdy or the 103? Those have all been drafted. Yeah, every player's been drafted now. Personally, I have Purdy ranked higher than Lawrence, but it's very close. And I would prefer Purdy over the 103. I'd prefer Lawrence over the 103 as well. Between Garrett Wilson, Ladd, Egbuka, Rice, it really comes down to team construction. But if you started Gibbs and Neighbors, I would... The 3rd round feels a little too early for quarterback, but I'd be fine to go Purdy or Lawrence there personally. But if your entire league is going to keep punting quarterbacks like this league is, then you could justify going, a Egbuka or, and waiting on a Lawrence or a Purdy to come back. So if you think there's a high probability with your next pick, you get a Lawrence or a Purdy and you can get Egbuka now, I would do that. But if you think you're going to see a quarterback run, I would just lock up one of those quarterbacks. I prefer Purdy, but it's close.
I am very much with you, Zach. I think we need some context here of if you think if you're picking at the 310, you should probably be picking at the 403, right? So if neither of those 2 teams on the turn need a quarterback, then you can probably wait. But also, I would go 103 ahead of everybody in this.
Yes.
And then I would take Lawrence, Purdy, Egbuka in that order, depending on need. But I do prefer the 103. That'll be Lemon or Tate, and both are really good projections.
Yeah. It's this is such a fun day, man, with free agency being so exciting and now seeing it all worked out in a real draft. It's electric. I feel look, I love, just so Carter and JC Plummer know, I love y'all, okay? Anyone who's going to support the channel, I love y'all, watch the content, I appreciate y'all. But I will be honest, I really thought Lawrence and Purdy were screaming values on the board. And I'm asking myself, are people willing to trade Lawrence and Purdy for the 103 or the 104 in this draft? Because I didn't think that was possible. I didn't think you could send in a Superflex league your 104 for Brock Purdy, Trevor Lawrence. By ADP,
no, probably not.
Maybe it is possible in some leagues here.
Yeah, no, I probably agree that it's probably not very likely that you'll be able to get that done. I think that, especially the 104. But if we're looking at market value, sure. Because I prefer the 103 over those guys. Because I'm drinking the Kool-Aid of the devaluing quarterbacks a little bit, but not this far. I would just put everybody up.
Okay, interesting. So that now means I think we have the 105 off the board. Yes, so 105 just went to MC Garbo here at the 5-1. Noah asked a question: who would you have taken over Chase Brown that hadn't been taken yet, so I can learn if this doesn't work out for me? So, that's a great question. He's here at the 102. I felt like Chase Brown, pricing him as RB7 without a long-term contract is a little pricey for me. I would have taken a lot of players over Chase Brown if I'm honest with you. Ken Walker, who, let's be honest, is not that much older than Chase Brown and just got a 3-year contract for the Kansas City Chiefs, a big-time deal to be the guy. Would have taken Ken Walker over him. Jonathan Taylor. I would have taken the 103, which was available, over Chase Brown. I have not seen a trade in the community yet that would have valued Chase Brown as high as the 103, and that's what you did when you made that selection. You said, I'd rather have Chase Brown than the 103 this year. I haven't seen that anywhere. I'm sure it's happening in some leagues, but I would go out on a limb and probably say that over 70% of the people watching this would trade Chase Brown for the 103 today if that was in their inbox, So it's not even so much that Chase Brown's a bad player. It's just based on market value right now. I think that was a little too high. Probably would have taken a McConkey over him, a Lawrence, a Purdy. I know you already had 3 quarterbacks, but those are some names that I would have taken probably over him pretty comfortably. Do you disagree with that?
For me, No, not at all. For me, it's mainly the running backs, because if you wanted to go in that direction, I think Walker and Taylor are better picks.
Right. They're much more safer to project in a 2 or 3 year window.
Yeah. And then if you wanted to go wide receiver, I think there's a lot of options. The guy who just got taken, I would take ahead of Chase Brown. Even though that may be unpopular, we don't need to wax poetic about Brian Thomas again.
Well, I do think we should have a conversation about him, because I texted you on your holiday, and there was some rumors going around about Brian Thomas. And when there's smoke, there's fire, I think, because this is not the first time we've heard rumors of the Jags entertaining offers to trade Brian Thomas. I'm sorry, but if there's a player that you are intent on building around as a head coach, as a front office, I don't see there being 5 different reports of trade rumors over the course of an offseason, and we're only in March, and there not being some validity to it. I don't know that I don't think the Jags are sold on him. I don't think they trade for Jacoby Myers. I don't think that they draft Travis Hunter as high as they did. I don't know. I think Brian Thomas, if he was given a fair and equal opportunity as a fully healthy player, could absolutely skyrocket back to being a top 10 dynasty receiver. However, I'm struggling to see how many reports continually come up. Like, I know, like, some of them could be made up, but how many reports can be made up until we find one that has some validity to it? And I don't know, man. I'm a little concerned. Like, what if it was Brian Thomas who went to the Steelers on accident, instead of Michael Pittman? There's a lot of ways that this could go really wrong for Brian. You're really banking on one thing, which is his rookie season, I think. It's tough. It's tough for me to have him too high.
It is really difficult. I think here's what frightens me the most is that I completely agree that all of these reports tell us that they are not committed to Brian Thomas Jr. Right? And I think all good GMs should listen when people are calling about their players, and people aren't going, and nobody's calling the Giants about Malik Neighbors. Nobody is calling the Vikings about Justin Jefferson, right? The calls are there because he struggled in year 2.
Yeah.
And so while it's not a guarantee that they're done with him because they're taking calls, they are willing to listen to them, right? Because there was also a report that teams called at the deadline and he wasn't available.
Right.
So now that's not the case anymore.
Right.
Here's my concern. They are losing all their leverage with these reports. If you don't care about the player, I'm not giving you a first-round pick for him. I'm not letting you recoup that asset that you spent on him because you aren't interested in him. You don't want him. So why am I going to pay you a first-round pick?
Right.
So then it goes into the deal of the new team. How much are they investing in trading for him? Is it a second? Is it a third? That's where it gets a little scary because I don't know how invested a new team will be. And like you said, Zach, the tweet that I saw from Connor Hughes, which was on the sleeper thing there, it was like the Jags are taking calls and the Jets are the front runners. And I'm like, oh my God.
I would
My
love him
heart,
in Washington, by the way. Like, I worry that it's
Yeah.
not going to be where we want him to go.
Yeah, the LSU link up, like,
Yeah.
Yeah, but I completely, like, there is a growing concern that the outcome is bad
Yes.
compared to a month ago for me personally.
Yeah. I mean, we're just getting so many reports. I got February 26th, teams are monitoring Brian Thomas. There's no indication that the Jags are planning to trade him. March 9th, the Jags are not going to trade him. March 10th, the Jags are fielding calls. It's just like, even all the way back to last year, October, there was talks about him being in a trade.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Around the deadline, people were talking about it.
I'm struggling to believe that a player that would be so heavily invested in by the front office and the coaching staff would have been talked about like this so frequently. That's what I'm struggling to buy into.
At this point, it's like, I don't know if it makes sense to split this into percentages, but it's like 70% he needs to get traded for me.
He needs to, but then you're right, because
but
where does he go and how does that work out?
Yeah, like the Niners are probably off the table now, whereas they were a team that people were talking about. The Jets being rumored, the Giants being rumored today as well. It's I'm praying for, Buffalo might be out of the running after sending a second for DJ Moore. They most definitely are, probably.
They don't have the capital anymore. Yeah, man. So you had him at 12. Where do you have him now? I've had him at 22. I actually think Rice should be ahead of him now. I got him at 23, and I think that's where he lands for me in this tier. Right there at 23 at the bottom of it.
See, for me, I think it's difficult because looking at that tier, none of those players, in my opinion, besides like Luther Bird and Rashee Rice, are capable of doing what Brian Thomas did as a rookie.
I think Glad is. I think Rome is. I think Marvin is in the right scenario. Zay's not. Rice is. Jameson is just a safer part of a really good offense, clear role. So I could see what you're saying there.
Yeah.
However, let me ask you this. Of everyone in this tier, in tier D, who has the most to lose? Whose value could plummet the most of any of these names?
I still cannot get on board with the fact that he could have that rookie season and then just be done.
I agree.
And then just be a pedestrian wide receiver 2 on a good team like the Jags. Like my main argument for him originally was Liam Cohen's either going to figure out how to use this insanely talented player or he's going to get traded.
Right.
Now, a few things have changed. It's shown that, we've gotten more and more about the fact that they aren't super committed to him, and the fact that the landing spots are kind of drying up. So I do think I need to move him down slightly, but then again, like, I probably move him below Tet because of I know that he's going to hold value. I'll move him below Egbuka. And then it's like Higgins, Olave, Garrett Wilson. I'm still in. I am still in. For anybody that's on with me on this train, I know everybody's just clowning me in the chat every week about Brian Thomas, but if any of the lurkers, as we call them, are with me, don't lose hope. All right.
Dude, you have nothing to apologize for because I defended Treylon Burks for 2 years and he did nothing. Okay, so you have nothing to apologize for. Evie says, is this a safe space? I traded JSN for Brian Thomas after his rookie year. I don't want to talk about it. The Zohan says, did you shave your head in solidarity with Kenneth Walker going to the Chiefs? Yes. That's exactly why I shaved my head, to stand in solidarity. No, actually, this was for the 40 in a week Feb initiative, where we helped support A21, an organization that fights human trafficking. And this is just a result of me thanking you guys for being a part of it. But it looks like we have a trade window that has just been called. I want to ask the chat a question. Through 5.5 rounds, who do you think is the best value on the board? All right. I want you to say best value, comma, and then the name. I want to see who the best value is so far in this draft in your guys' minds. Some notable names: Luther Burden at the 506 goes after Rome Odunze. I can tell you guys that in our ADP, let's see if the DJ Moore trade made a difference at all. Burden was on consensus the 512, so about half a round. Odunze was on
That's kind of
consensus
surprising
the
to me.
508. So Odunze went up pretty significantly there in this draft.
I feel like, Zach, with Burden Odunze, it's one of those situations where I feel like most people are picking a side.
Right.
And I feel like saying, I don't know if this is a fully baked take, but I feel like saying, putting them back to back or something. I don't know where you have them, but putting them back to back is like a cop out.
Right.
It's like, oh, they'll both be good, Like I am fully Burden over Rome, and like I don't think it's close.
You are. Okay. I am one of those guys who says I want a part of the offense, and I don't care what's the cheapest way for me to get in. I personally would just disagree with the sentiment that one of them has to fail. I don't believe so. I think you look at Rome Odunze, and to me, there's a very clear indication as to why he fell off. And it's that foot injury that wasn't fully reported on, and that nagged on him for a long, long time. I think he's a perfect outside receiver for today's NFL. The idea of not giving up on Brian Thomas, I know Brian Thomas has showed it in the NFL, but to me, Rome Odunze was just good of a prospect, was a better prospect. I don't think he's fully realized who he can be just yet. I think Luther Burden is a perfect slot engine for that offense, and I think Colson Loveland is a perfect receiving threat. And again, I ask myself, is there any history in an environment like this where three guys can thrive? Yes, Detroit. Guess who was calling the plays in Detroit? Ben Johnson. So I absolutely believe that you can, for me at least, and I'd love to hear your take because you're on the opposite side here. What's the cheapest buy in here in this offense? That's my question, because I believe all of them can succeed and they're all different players. Really hard to buy into Loveland right now. The 309 is actually a discount based off what I've seen recently. So if that means Luther Burden is the cheapest way for me to get into this offense every single draft, then I will have a lot of Luther Burden already due from last year's drafts. But that's the way I view it personally.
Yeah, I think that here's what I'm at. I like the comment from Connor. I try not to move the offense over and compare it 1-to-1 from Detroit to Chicago.
Yeah.
But, I just feel like this offense Caleb is so talented. Ben Johnson is such a good play caller. I feel like one of them is going, and I think it's Burden, is going to be an elite, like top 8 fantasy wide receiver. And in that case, if I also believe in Loveland, can Rome also be a top 12 guy? And that's where I'm like, I don't think so.
Okay.
And I think my bet is on the hand-picked Ben Johnson.
Okay.
Guys,
That's fair.
were Rome and Loveland which were Burden and Loveland last year.
That's a fair opinion to have. I don't think that's crazy.
Yeah.
What I would say is, in order for 3 players to shine in fantasy football as receivers, you need an elite offensive mind. We've seen that with Sean McVay in the past. I think Brandon Cooks. I think Cooper Kupp. I think Robert Woods. Now, I would put Ben Johnson into that elite offensive mind category.
I agree.
And I don't think that in the red zone, as much as I love Luther Burden, that you are scheming up ways to have him run slot fades. And, putting him in that. So they're going to score offensive points in a different way. I agree. But I don't think that Odunze is going to be like wide receiver 39 and Burden's going to be wide receiver 5. You know what I mean?
No, I don't think so.
And I'm
I
the
don't think
biggest
so
Burden
either.
believer you'll ever find. But I think they're going to spread the ball out. I really think they will. I would be so... You guys have no idea how much Luther Burden I have. I will be so excited if the target share went 29% to Burden and 18% to Odunze, kind of if you want to replicate like Detroit. I don't think it's going to be like that, though. I don't see that happening, but I could be wrong. I could definitely be wrong. And
it's
you're right,
very
you can't copy
interesting.
and paste.
It's going to be so interesting because this is the best young offense in the league, and it is the year that they are supposed to be breaking out. Like,
right.
Rome was what, like a 6th round redraft pick last year?
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. Like Loveland's going to be in the 3rd,
Right.
and Burden and Rome are both going to be up there, and you're going to have to take a shot. And I think, if you're right and all 3 can be great,
I think all 3 can be really good, but I don't think we'll have an elite. At tight end, it's easier because there's so few options. Do you know what I mean? Like Loveland can be quote unquote elite for the position and score 14 points per game, right?
Yeah.
Whereas
here's maybe where we can draw the line in terms of where we differ. If of the Burden and Rome points, I think there's a much higher chance it's 65-35, right? And you think there's a much higher chance it's closer to 50-50.
Yeah.
Even if we think that the total points are going to be awesome.
Because I think it's difficult to copy and paste like Jameson onto Odunze because they're very different players. Odunze is not going to stretch the field that way.
Same player.
And Odunze is built to be your target factory type of player. I'm not saying he will be, but he is built to take on that load.
Yeah.
I don't think Jameson was built to take on 8 targets a game, right?
Cinnamon, by the way, but
yeah, you know what? That's on me, but I run the world on here, so it doesn't count. I'm still on 0 for Cinnamon. No, I'm just kidding.
For anybody who thought this was
is North Korea.
You are horribly mistaken. I am a puppet. This is interesting, actually, coming off the board. Right? We've been rambling for like a round and a half. But
yes.
Travis Etienne at the 6'11".
Let's talk about him real fast because I did ask everyone what's the best value in the draft so far, and I want to see some people's opinions. We have an Etienne, Purdy, Harold Fannin, McBride, George Pickens, Kenneth Walker, Saquon, McBride. We've got a Judkins, a Warren. By the way, Warren's a real sneaky winner from today with the Pittman moving on. I think that's worth noting.
I saw a comment asking if we move Josh Downs up. No.
I haven't had a second to think about it. I can't give you a great answer right now.
But no, Tyler Warren definitely a winner with this news.
I just don't know if Downs can play outside. I don't know if he can play in 2 wide receiver sets.
I don't think he can.
Which they're gonna have to find out that answer now.
Well, you know what? The Colts are definitely a pick to take a receiver in the 2nd round now.
I could see that.
They don't have a 1st round pick, obviously, but
a lot of people are saying Rice, Mahomes. Jordan says I traded JMO for Brian Thomas straight up. I had so many JMO shares I wanted to take a shot. We'll see how it plays out. That's pretty fair.
Zach, Rice hasn't been drafted. Am I tripping?
That's strike 2 for you, brother.
You said it.
Doesn't matter.
Oh.
This is a dictatorship, baby. This is North Korea.
I'm forgetting. I keep on thinking I have rights. That's my bad.
You thought you had rights? Yeah, wow. No, he hasn't been drafted, so let's pretend like he doesn't exist. John says, I don't think we are getting Amon-Ra St. Brown production from either Rome or Burden. I feel like they're going to produce as high-end wide receiver 2s, low-end wide receiver 1s. Which, again, if you guys remember back to the Rams, what was the year that the Rams had? Let me guess, actually. Los Angeles Rams stats. I'm going to guess off the top of my head when they had Kupp, Woods, and Cooks. I'm going to guess off the top of my head that was 20... I think it's 17 or 18.
I was going to say 18.
Let's go 18. 2018, is that
Looks
when...
like it. 4,600 yards from Goff.
Well, it was close because Cup was injured.
Cup didn't do anything.
So was that 19 then? That doesn't seem right. No. Well, I can't remember which year it was. Was it 2017 before Cup got injured then? All three of those guys were great. I can't remember what year it was, but that's kind of what I was projecting, is that type of usage where these guys are so fun to own, and 1 week one of them is going to win you a week, and the other guy is not. Like, the other guy gives you a safe floor. The next week the other guy wins you a week. The other guy gives you a safe floor. That's kind of how I was projecting it a little bit.
Zach, I got for best value. For me, Kyron Williams going this late is
at the 608.
Absolutely, it's flooring me. My
again,
camera's crapping out.
This goes back to the Chase Brown question. Again, just to be helpful to Noah there.
Yeah, I view those guys pretty similarly.
All these guys in round 6, you could sell me on them or Chase Brown right now in my rankings, right?
Okay. Yeah, I'm closer. Like, I have Chase Brown just at the end of the 4th round.
Okay.
In my rankings.
Well, I think the round 6 guys were good values. I'm not saying they should have gone this late.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I thought round 6 was all really, really good values.
I do want to shout out real quick Cam at the 111.
Yep.
This team is beautiful.
So that's Lamar, Dak, Jeremiah Love, Etienne, Egbuka, Williams, Warren. That's a fun one.
That is, phenomenal. I think Jameson Williams' value is insane
at the 702 here. Hey, and
dude,
there Rashee Rice goes again. The risk reward on Rice. I think the more I get removed from that situation, the more I think it's going to be swept under the rug. But I still worry long term.
I don't know how to talk about it. I don't know how to talk about it. I don't know how to value him. I don't know what to. It's like he doesn't exist right now. If he's on my team, he's on my team. If he's not on my team, he doesn't exist.
He feels like a really strong hold and not a person I'm actively buying. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, that's to me. To me, it's very simple. It's don't buy, hold, and if you just want to rid your hands of it, sell them. Sure.
Depending on the price that you can get. I mean, well, let's see. What was the most recent draft pick that went off the board? Was it at the 605 to Dean? So the 108. Yeah. I mean, you're buying him at 109 prices. That feels like a buy to me, honestly.
I don't know if anybody's selling him for that though.
Yeah, maybe it's just the startup curse.
That's the thing. It's the startup thing, right? Like, where I think that, he's not necessarily available for this in the on the market on somebody's team.
Yeah, that's fair.
4 picks later, though, we obviously haven't talked about this guy, or 3 picks later.
Was that Cam?
DJ Moore.
Oh, DJ. Okay, yes. In the 7th, I like DJ Moore a lot.
What was his ADP? This is going to be a crazy jump.
Is going to be a huge jump. I can tell you, he was dead in startup drafts. He was on average the 1109. On average, DJ Moore was the 1109. 1, 2, 3, 4 round jump, and I don't think it's crazy.
That is? Do you think it's the team investment? Because if they trade a 6th round pick for him,
yeah,
I don't think people are this excited.
The fact that they said he's worth a 2nd rounder to us, I think tells a lot of people how they perceive him. Yeah. And he just fits
perfectly too.
I don't see how he fails there. That's what's tough. Like,
dude,
yeah, maybe he's only top 20 this year as a finish. I don't see him being like wide receiver 36 or being like Calvin Ridley in Tennessee or something, No,
I completely agree. Like, the fact that it's such a good offense that they need this type of player, the inside-outside versatility, the familiarity with Joe Brady, who coached him in Carolina. Yeah. I don't really see a world where this fails, honestly, just like you said.
It's like buying Devontae Adams last year, which he was my favorite veteran buy for contenders last year. It'll probably be DJ Moore this year or Terry McLaurin.
Is the price going to get too high though?
I don't think it gets higher than this. I don't think anybody takes DJ Moore over Rice or AJ or, maybe, but
Maybe
I
over
think
AJ
I
Brown.
think 7th round onwards is fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, in our previous drafts, people got a huge discount on Mr. DJ Moore. By the way, guys, we currently have 54 entries to today's giveaway. If you're not aware, we are giving away one of my live team playbooks. We've got 3 different options on the website when you go to purchase the team playbook: the live team playbook, the priority pass, which skips the queue, and the pro pass, which doubles your playbooks. For today, I'm giving away a tier 1 live team playbook. All you have to do to enter is simply like today's stream. That's step 1. And step 2 is to type in today's code word, which is Ken Bone, in honor of Ken Bone Walker. And you will be entered at the end of today's stream. We will do that giveaway. Like I said earlier as well, if you want to be a part of our land community leagues, which happen every single Monday, we draft in a real league, and every single Monday there's a brand new league that's available for you to enter. You can check out these settings here, these steps here, in order to join the next league. In fact, we've already got a couple people who have fast-tracked themselves today, who have become annual Mother Flocker members. Tang is one of those people, and I will reply to you, Rick Tang, as soon as I can. But don't worry, you are fast-tracked into the next league. Step 1 is simple. You can check out the link in the pinned comment. All you got to do is become an annual Mother Flocker member. That is step number 1. Step number 2, sync your Discord. Okay, and once you've synced your Discord on the Flock site, you will then unlock our Land Leagues tab in the Discord. Okay, under the Land Community, you'll see Land Leagues. Every Monday, there will be a form for you to fill out. If you're a brand new member, I can fast track you. If you're a returning member, then just fill it out every week for a chance to be part of another league. Okay. Scattaboo, I wanted to talk about quickly because I just feel like he has really, unless they go Jeremiah Love, I don't think that this could have gone better for Cam.
Yeah. Today was I was really worried. Today was a big win.
They were in on talks, maybe Etienne or Walker. That doesn't happen. Maybe they are the Jeremiah Love team, and that would suck. That would honestly destroy Cam. There's still one hurdle. You're right. It doesn't make any sense for them to be.
But it also didn't make any sense for them to be in on Ken Walker, and the smoke was there. So
yeah.
I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. You hit on, I get it's not this coaching staff, but it is Joe Shane. You hit on Tyrone Tracy in the 5th round, right? Great rookie season. You hit on Cam Scattaboo in the 4th round. Yes, he gets injured, but then you bring back Devin Singletary to be your RB3.
Yeah.
And then you're going to draft Jeremiah Love in the 1st round?
Yeah.
When your team has a ton of needs?
I honestly don't understand.
But again, is that another reason? The fact that there's smoke for the Titans, there's smoke for the Giants, there's smoke for the Commanders, does that lead to the Saints and the Chiefs being like, okay, we got to address it in free agency?
It's a question that I think is fair to raise. Let's just say this. So far, biggest winner that's not obvious? Probably Cam Scattaboo. Things can still go south for him, but he's probably the most obvious, non-obvious. It's a contradiction.
Yeah, I get what you mean. It was just one of those things where nobody wanted to
if Carter drafts him at the 7-10 and they don't bring in Jeremiah Love, it will be a big
phenomenal value.
It will be a big value. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because why is Quinshawn going 2 rounds ahead of him?
Right. Exactly. That's exactly what we would ask. If it ends up panning out the way that it currently looks, right? So now you're starting to see some of these veterans come off the board. Malik Willis goes at the 804, and he is.
I'm annoyed Kyler hasn't signed yet.
Quarterback 1 for JC there. That's what I'm saying.
You're playing with fire.
You're right. He has added a task to his startup here because he has 2 tight ends and 1 quarterback, and that quarterback came in the 8th round.
This is what I was saying to you.
Has 3 quarterbacks and no running back. So a lot of people are just saying, I'm going to take the best value on the board for me and figure it out later, which is not
Zach,
impossible to do.
you know what's funny? I think the biggest beneficiary to the quarterback market kind of, falling down a little bit this offseason, it's the vet running backs.
Right.
It really is. Like, I feel like, in past off seasons, the Josh Jacobs, the Travis Etienne types, the Javonte Williams types, these guys were kind of getting pushed down a little bit and like you could just scoop up a bunch of them late.
Yeah.
And now they're getting pushed up a little bit, and so you have Ben sort of just saying I'm gonna have Bill as my RB1.
Might be. Well, Ben just drafted the 110. By the way, the 110 just came off the board there at the 807. Shout out to Joel for this little tool. It's been helpful to track. I thought Laporte at the 805 was a great value as well. In a tight end premium like this. Kyler Murray, yeah, it feels like he is... The Colts stuff is weird to me. I thought they would just sign Daniel Jones. I still think they do.
That's a weird way to word that report, though. Kyler Murray has interest in the Colts?
Right. Like, do they have interest in him?
I think that he's
the Vikings
probably...
would be awesome
here's fantasy. The thing. I think Kyler's a lot better than people are giving him credit for right now.
Yeah.
There's got to be 10 teams that are talking to him because they can all pay him because he doesn't need to be paid any money.
He's super
like the market for Kyler is a lot bigger than the market for Tua.
Right.
So
let's say like he's not going to Miami anymore. The Jets could make sense for Kyler. The Browns could still make sense, as disgusting as that is to say. The Vikings make a ton of sense.
The Steelers?
By the way, a Vikings team that just watched what people thought was a quarterback that couldn't do it go to a different team that was built well around him and win a Super Bowl. I'm not saying Kyler will, but surely they're in play there. The Steelers are in play. Yep, 100%. I don't think the Falcons are anymore.
No.
Sure, I guess the Colts. I just think they're going to get Daniel Jones back. So really, it's one of those 5 teams. In my mind, it has to be one of those 5 teams.
Yeah, has to be now. And they're probably all talking to him, honestly. And he's probably, having conversations with each of them, saying like, what do I think is best for me? What do I think is the best landing spot for me to succeed? And like, I don't want anybody to think that this is because of a lack of a market for Kyler Murray. Like, that's not what I think is happening at all.
Right. Oh my gosh. J.K. Dobbins, by the way, the numbers just came out on J.K. Dobbins' deal. Sorry, I know that's code cinnamon. I apologize. No. He got $10 million a year.
Wow,
I thought it was not going to be...
RJ Harvey no longer a winner, I don't think.
$10 million a year was surprising. Was that really his market?
I mean, he was running at like 5 a carry for them last year.
Okay, let's just think about this compared
Did you see the
to
Rico
the current
contract?
market. The current market, let's have a look.
Here, it's all there. Algier.
On average, Dobbins is making $3 million less than ETN.
But $4 million more than Tyler Algier, which I would have expected Algier to get more than him.
Yeah, Algier's contract, I can see what you're saying. It's a little bit surprising. We have to be really careful about putting a number to the money. But did Doddles hasn't come out yet, has it?
Let me see. I thought I saw. No, I guess it's not.
Honestly, 20 million over 2 is. I didn't think a guy who had. I mean, the guy didn't finish the year because of an injury. I love J.K. Dobbins, but you know what I mean? Like, it's not even like he had a fully healthy year this year. He was great, but I guess I'm
also
surprised.
I think he's more valuable to Denver than he is for fantasy football.
Right. Okay. Sure.
Because I had him in the Flock League. This guy was awesome for the first 5 weeks, and then the second 5 before he got hurt, he didn't score a single touchdown, or he scored 1 maybe, and he sucked. He was terrible. It was like, it's if he scores a touchdown, great. If he doesn't, bad.
Dude, I have no idea how to rank that backfield anymore. I actually have no idea how to rank that backfield now.
Yeah. I think I'm still going to be trying to sell Harvey. I think people might be thinking this is like best case scenario. I just don't want to deal with that.
Well, I thought the contract would look more like Algiers.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I don't understand for the life of me why the Broncos are signing J.K. Dobbins to $10 million a year instead of just paying Algier basically like almost half of that.
That's so interesting. Okay. I don't know how to value that yet. Cooper says Malik Willis is still available in my Dynasty League. Where do you think he would go in a rookie draft around the 201? I can actually tell you exactly where he would go based off of today's draft. So in today's draft, he went right by Greg Zuerlein, which is actually the 109. Before today, I think you could have got him for the 201. I don't think you can now. I released a video today where I basically valued him around the 110 to the 112. I think that's probably where he would still hold in most leagues. I don't think people would be willing to send like the 107 or 8. I still get the sense that he's like 110 to 112 range.
But here's the thing. I think if you want to sell, I would say you got to wait. Because I think you can get... I think people will send 27 firsts for him during the season when he's scoring a ton of points.
That's if he's scoring a ton of points. Which we think he will.
Like, is there a world in which he won't? Like... Look, Justin Fields is one of the worst quarterbacks we've seen in the NFL over the past few years. And if you look at his game log, bro was stacking the points. Also,
that's fair.
Before we get too far away from it, Zach, what would you do if a year ago I came up to you and I said, Zach, I'm from the future. My name's Sam. We haven't met yet. I'm going to do some mock drafts for you.
I would just first ask you what stock blew up the most in 2026 and try and buy that stock.
Invest in Kalshi, if that's possible. I would say,
shout out to Giannis.
What would you do if I came up to you and I said, Zach, a year from now in a startup, Travis Hunter and Alec Pierce will go back to back? What would you say to me?
I would say, I don't believe you. You're not from the future.
Yeah. Isn't that insane?
I would say you're not from the future. You're a fraud.
You're a fraud, and you must be Alec Pierce's brother.
Yeah. That's tough.
Isn't that nuts?
It is honestly tough.
It's such a wild thing to look at.
But I think I prefer Alec
crazy.
Pierce, though. I think I prefer Alec Pierce.
Wow. Dude, my mental health is way too invested in this Jags offense.
Do you prefer Travis Hunter? I think that's a conversation worth having.
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah, I don't think it's close either. I don't think
I can't stop thinking about what Travis Hunter was as a prospect, but it's starting to like jade or blur the way I rank him because I fully believe he will play primarily cornerback this year. I don't know how I rank. And again, I said this last year before the draft even happened. I still stand on the fact that he was an incredible receiver prospect. He had the best ball skills phenomenal. I've ever seen ever since I've started scouting. I still stand by that 10 toes down. But I said last year, the one thing that we have to recognize is we don't know how much this receiver will play. Mm-hmm. And we still don't know. And you're not going to take the guy who just got paid $100+ million to play receiver exclusively?
Yes, because I don't want to... Look, I think money... Here's the thing. I don't want to sound like a hypocrite because all I've talked about the past few weeks is how the money to the running backs is such a big deal, right? I don't think it's the same thing because Alec Pierce does so much good for the Colts offense even when he's not getting the ball. Like,
unfortunately, Alec Pierce does nothing for the Colts defense. Travis Hunter does something for the Jags defense.
It's absolutely true. And I think we should, maybe the Alec Pierce conversation shouldn't happen in relation to Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
I just thought it was funny that they went back to back, but I just think that I don't expect this offense to be nearly as good as it was this past year, right? He had a breakout, which, look, we'll call it a breakout. He averaged like 12 points per game.
Yeah.
Okay, like it's not like he set the world on fire or anything.
Right.
He's incredibly boom bust in nature. He did this in a contract year where the Colts literally had like the 99th percentile outcome for their offense. Like they were as good as the 07 Patriots through 12 weeks or whatever. Like I think what he just did is the best it is ever going to get. And it was the wide receiver 29 in points per game.
Yeah. I feel like you're underselling Alec Pierce a little bit, though. I can definitely agree with you that that number is more reflective on what he brings an entire offense, not just as a receiver. But I do think you're underselling him a little bit, personally. We saw a pretty huge change in his involvement from about week 7 onwards. And you got to keep in mind, like, some of that wasn't even with Daniel Jones. I mean,
he had the Phillip Rivers game, and then he had a huge game in week 18 with Riley Leonard.
Right. And I just feel like there was a real breakout. Like, he was a must-start receiver for, like, how many weeks in a row? And his role definitely increased. He became more valuable. And I think the Colts kind of are recognizing how much better of a player he became. Let's just do a little comparison tool here real fast. From week 7 onwards, his role shifts. He's no longer just all cardio team. He starts to become a really important part of that offense. The targets go up from 4.3 to about 6.1. Target share goes from about 15 to about 18.5%. Now, this is not even taking into account the fact that there's no longer going to be Michael Pittman to compete with targets for. Alec Pierce is your alpha X on the outside. It's weird to use the word alpha because, look, this is not a guy that's ever going to get 9-10 targets a game. This is never going to be that level of player, but you have committed to him being your X, or at least the guy that you move outside to different positions. So what I know for sure is that Alec Pierce is going to get at least 20% of the targets at Indianapolis, and he will be featured as their outside receiver. What I know about Travis Hunter is nothing. I have no idea
this is true.
If he plays 3%, 5%, 99% on offense. I do not know.
Yeah.
That's scary.
And again, I really do think that the Alec Pierce conversation, we can have an Alec Pierce conversation and have a Travis Hunter conversation, and they don't need to overlap because it's very different things to look at. Mason, our goat, Block Fantasy's in the chat.
He's in the chat.
Alec Pierce is better for the Colts than fantasy. I agree. I sort of made that point. The other thing is the only 2 games where he had more than 20 points on the year were not Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
And now you have Daniel Jones coming back off an Achilles tear. The offense is going to be worse. He's not going to be as mobile.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he had 2 games with 10 points at the beginning of the year, and then he has 5 games.
Okay, well, maybe my
Daniel
stance should
Jones.
be this. I'm not really that thrilled about Hunter or Pierce in the 8th round.
Yeah.
And also, where does that
Mason,
put Pierce at in the rookie draft? That would make what was P. White?
Zerline
P. White
was the
110.
9, wasn't he? P. White was that's insane.
So basically, the 110 or Alec Pierce is what we're looking at right now, and I would take the 110 all day. I would also take the 110 over Travis Hunter, by the way.
Also, I must be controlling the Flock Fantasy account because he says Brian Thomas gets traded and Hunter doubles in value. This is like I'm holding on to this with my every being. Every piece of me is just holding on to this idea.
What happens if they trade Brian Thomas
doesn't get traded,
and then they actually trade him for a different receiver and then draft another receiver this year?
Oh, that would just be... What happens if they trade him to the Jets for whatever and then draft a wide receiver? Yeah. No, I think... Yeah, I want the swing in the 8th round where he's going right next to a Rondé Gadsden.
Yeah.
On the 2nd overall pick, insane talent. Like with the full understanding that he could be a complete zero.
So would you trade the 109 for Travis Hunter today?
Let me see if my rankings confirm where I think
because that would essentially say you're not going to be in on a Boston, Concepcion, or Omar Cooper and you would rather take Hunter?
I think that it's the same tier. I think it probably depends on what my room looks like. Like if Travis Hunter's my wide receiver 5, I'm taking him.
Okay.
If this is a guy that's going to be in my lineup week 1, I'll take the Boston KC Cooper.
Okay. Yeah. I think, yeah, I feel like anybody who's watched this channel would know this, but again, like when I think about what Travis Hunter is capable of as a prospect, I only said positive things about him all last year. And,
nobody was worried about.
I said things like he has the best ball skills I've ever seen of any prospect I've ever scouted, including Jamar Chase. And I still stand by that, But
it's not a conversation about talent.
Exactly. I still can't tell you how much the receiver is going to play.
Yep.
And I don't know what to do with that, man. Let me ask you this question. Let's say Travis Hunter plays 50% receiver this year and he has 500 receiving yards. What is his value in next year ADP?
I missed the how much he plays receiver.
He plays 50% receiver this year. He has 500 receiving yards and 5 touchdowns. What's his ADP going to be?
I don't think that outcome is possible. I disagree with the question.
You don't think that outcome is possible? So you don't think it's possible for him to play 50% receiver?
No. I don't think it's possible for him to play 50% of the snaps and only get 500 yards.
Wow. Okay.
That's what I would say. I'd say if he's playing 50% of the snaps,
what is your range of outcome on him then, out of curiosity?
I think it's insanely wide. Like, I don't think that he's going to play 75% snaps of receiver. Otherwise, I'd have him ranked in the top 12.
Right.
I think that there's so many things could happen. There's a chance that Brian Thomas Jr. gets traded. If Brian Thomas Jr. gets traded and they get to training camp, Travis Hunter is not going to let them say, okay, you're not touching the offense. He's going to practice at receiver. He's going to be in packages. Zach, let me ask you this. When Liam Cohen watches, let's say Brian Thomas gets traded, okay? When Liam Cohen is watching Travis Hunter, Jacoby Myers, and Parker Washington run routes, what do you think he's going to think?
I'm just more curious what he's going to think when he's watching no cornerbacks guard those receivers.
That's true. It's absolutely true. It is. I just think that this is a guy that is going to be difficult to keep off the field. And even then, in the 8th round of a startup, where 33-year-old Devontae Adams went 7 picks ahead of him.
Okay, well, let me say this. I don't think it's realistic for Travis Hunter to play receiver and cornerback the way he did in college. I don't think it's possible.
I also think there's I think there's like a 5% chance that he could do that.
So, do you think he plays defense for his career?
I don't know. And I don't have a...
This is why I hate investing, because I don't know how to answer.
Yeah.
There's not another player in Dynasty that I have to answer the question, how much offense will he play?
Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm just more comfortable with the risk because I know the upside is so insanely massive.
Yeah, I agree. The upside is there. The upside is definitely there. Mason says Alec Pierce is worse than Jameson Williams. I mean, that's fine if you want to view Alec Pierce as a Jameson Williams. I would view that in this draft as someone got a 2-round discount on Jameson Williams then, if that's the kind of player we're saying Alec Pierce can be. Like if Alec Pierce is Jameson Williams, then you get Jameson Williams in the 9th round. I'm fine with that.
Well, Mason hates Jameson Williams.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Jameson Williams probably hates me because when I drafted him in the Flock League, he was awful until I traded him away. So,
yeah, maybe I need to rethink, because I love JMO and I'm so high on JMO.
Same.
But he got targeted a lot more down the stretch. Like
he did. We have to figure out what that means with Sam Laporta back, but
yeah, Alec Pierce is a tough one. I don't want to fall into the fact, like, this is not a receiver that is worth $116 million. It's just not.
I don't disagree with that.
He's like 12th, I think, in average annual value among wide receivers now.
Yeah.
That's asinine. That's insane. He only gets there because he hits free agency, and he got to hear what teams were offering for 5 minutes, and then tell the Colts this is the price, and they paid it.
I think Alec Pierce is a better player than you and Mason are.
Clearly, yeah. That's clearly the sentiment here. But how much of his value has shot up because of the contract? Because he wasn't valued here when, like, right after the season ended, after he did all the stuff that we're talking about.
Well, it's not just the contract. It's also the fact that they traded away their number one receiver for the last 4 or 5 years with Michael Pittman. So you're assuming that the contract is followed by, hey, we believe in you to be the guy we're going to funnel our most outside, outside the hashes attack through. Unless we think that Josh Downs is going to,
and also a lot of my argument against Pierce is not about like it. Well, no,
it's
a
hard
good
for
amount
me
of
to be
it is
so aggressively against someone that goes like 8th, 9th round, and just sign a big contract.
Except for Travis Hunter.
Well, he didn't. Again, if Alec Pierce was playing, if I had to ask how much defense Alec Pierce is playing, it would be hard.
Yeah. I think that like a lot of what goes into me not believing in Alec Pierce very much is that I don't think the Colts are going to be very good.
Yeah.
Like I don't think that this offense is anywhere as good as it was last year.
That's fair.
Not even close. Not even remotely close. And he didn't have a game over 20 points with Daniel Jones before an Achilles tear. So frankly, I love Matt Harmon. I don't give a shit what his reception perception looks like.
Wow.
If the Colts offense is bottom half, he's not going to be very good.
This guy starts making content for 3 months, and now he's going after Matt Harmon. Wow.
I said I like Matt Harmon.
No,
I said I like.
All I heard
really
was that
like
you actually hate Matt Harmon.
I love Matt Harmon. I don't. There's a comment talking about his reception perception is too good for him to not succeed. It's.
Yeah.
I think it's a little strawy of an argument.
Mason says you can literally just look at what he's done in his NFL career. His contract doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean,
I disagree with that.
I don't think I agree with that.
Matter, but
I also think we're not at all considering the fact that Anthony Richardson was a part of that equation for a time period. So I'm not sure who. Let's not pretend like we can't look at what Justin Jefferson was not able to do this year and tack it on to JJ McCarthy. You know what I mean? And then not go look at. Imagine how bad JJ McCarthy was this year. The only quarterback that's been a worse starter in the past decade, probably Anthony Richardson, right? So it's hard to.
I think that it's hard to evaluate anyone on that offense. I mean, look at Jonathan Taylor. Like Jonathan Taylor has always been an incredible running back, but he's not. He didn't do what he did this past season until Anthony Richardson wasn't the starter.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
And Mason says, I think J-Mo's a great NFL receiver, decent fantasy receiver. Pierce is a good receiver, okay fantasy receiver. Yeah, and I just think I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the 2, 3, 4 round discount that you get on Alec Pierce versus a Jameson. I mean, I like both of these players. But yeah.
But okay, well,
I don't think Alec Pierce is a bad player. I think he's a better player than people give him credit for. But I'm not sitting here saying Alec Pierce is going to finish as a top 20 receiver. But at his price, I don't see a reason to what am I going to do? Am I going to tell people, hey, go aggressively sell Alec Pierce for an early second round pick in 2026?
Here's what I would do. I would rather have Jordan Addison. I would rather have Michael Wilson. I would rather.
Here you go, Wan'Dale. Go ahead and
say
it.
Who else is here?
Go ahead and say Wan'Dale Robinson. Go ahead and talk your guy up.
We don't know. I would not rather have Wan'Dale Robinson. But I think that another thing with there's a comment, Kenyon. Colts moving off of Pittman is more indicative of their thoughts on Pierce than the contract they gave him. They couldn't afford both, really.
But it is interesting that they were willing to move off of Pittman to make Pierce a Colt.
Well, yeah, but Pierce is 3 years younger. That's just kind of a team building thing, and the fact that Pierce is.
But if you put Pittman in Alec Pierce's stage of his career and you put the name Michael Pittman on it, how much more interested are you?
I think he plays a completely different role. That leans to fantasy value, that leads to fantasy points, and he had done it before. This is a year 4 breakout for Alec Pierce.
Yeah. That's fair.
So I'm taking a 26-year-old Michael Pittman in the 5th round, probably, right?
Michael says, with him elevated as a wide receiver 1 with wide receiver money on the top, reception perception specs is why he cannot not succeed. Sammy hates Matt Harmon, but you heard it here first.
Also, let's wait until May 1st to see if he's the wide receiver 1.
What do you think is going to happen? How would they add to that receiver room?
I don't know. They could take freaking Jeremy Bernard in the 2nd round, and he'll outproduce him. I don't know.
Yeah, let me be very clear. I would trade Alec Pierce for a random 27 or 28 first, right? Like, I would do that.
See, that's what I'm saying, Zach. Like, I think even his perceived value after the contract is going to be higher than what you are thinking it is.
I just don't think that's possible. I just can't imagine in a land league I put Alec Pierce on the block and someone sends me a first unless they're a Colts fan. Is that really possible?
Which is funny. Maybe not. With Michael Pittman gone, like, this is the thing. I think that this creates a massive selling window. I'll be interested to see where he ends up landing.
Let's see some
see if Sleeper was as I wish Sleeper was as good as the flockfantasy.com site where it showed what wide receiver off the board he was.
Yeah, same.
I mean, what is going on with that first trade?
That first trade makes no sense at all whatsoever. The second trade, this is kind of what I thought he would be. Like someone got a 2nd rounder, basically, is the way I view that for Alec Pierce. The 111 is the main piece in this deal, and they got back 2 seconds.
The Misfit says he traded away Pierce for a 28 first.
I would do that in every league I had. Alec Pierce in the 108 for Breece Hall. I would take Breece Hall there. Well, this makes no sense. Alec Pierce or the 112. That's probably about where I think he's going to settle.
Yeah, I'm taking the pick.
You're taking the 112?
Yeah.
I don't think that trade's going to matter, to be honest. I don't think that trade's going to matter in your league. Anyway, let me be very clear on Alec Pierce, and we can wrap this up. I think he's a good NFL player. I think he's better than what Sammy and Mason are giving him credit for. I would say if you think he's Jameson Williams at best, well, he's currently a 3 or 4 round discount on that, which I'm fine with. I would, in a heartbeat, sell him for a random first in the future. In a heartbeat. I also don't think that his career is currently defined by what's happened so far, because that removes any context of what he's dealt with in that offense. So I would disagree with that. That's my final thoughts on Alec.
Bashal Tootin, probably a little later than I would have thought after today.
Yeah, at the 10:05.
It seems like anybody that could really, really scare me is already signed.
Yeah. Unless they're... No, they can't be a Jeremiah Love team because they don't have a first-round pick.
No. Yeah. And if they did, it wouldn't be high enough. But, like, everybody's signed. Like, all that's left is, like, Rachaad White.
Right. Or... Right. Mixon's not going to be that scary. Yeah, you're right. Rachaad White, Mixon's not scary.
So it's literally just the draft for Tootin.
Yeah, and the Jags don't have many picks. Let's see. They've got 56 as their first pick in the 2nd round.
Funnily enough, Zach,
it could be a third round team. They've got a couple thirds.
Rachaad White makes a boatload of sense for them.
He does.
Liam Cohen connection.
With Liam, yeah.
Complements perfectly. And that would, like, if Rachaad White signs in Jacksonville, I am pumped for Bashal Tootin.
I could definitely be all in on Tootin at that point.
Yeah.
Hey,
like,
guess who else was in the not for sale video?
Bashal Tootin.
Bashal Tootin. But no, guys, I'm glad you sold him a month ago for the 208. Great job. I'm just mad. Like probably the majority of the people in this live stream weren't even the ones who were commenting on that video, but I'm just mad at the comment section. Ayuk
No,
at the 12:05.
because the people that were doing that, Zach, they refused to have a good time, and that's what we're doing here.
That's right. My name's Rod, and I like to party. Kenny says he would love for the Lions to replace David Montgomery with Brian Robinson, which would be a fun one.
That's a perfect fit.
Yeah. Sammy, by the way, Mason, your employer, is singing your praises in the chat. In case you missed it.
Yeah. I was on a heater there for a second.
You were actually
he appreciated
in the
it,
zone.
which is good to see.
Watch Alec Pierce top 5 finish this year. Imagine. Could Alec Pierce be the next Nico Collins? Maybe not. Let's not talk about Alec Pierce. What was your question?
I was gonna say, I'm just shocked that the Cardinals wide receiver 3 goes at the 5'8". Their wide receiver 1 goes at the 9'11", and their wide receiver 2, Kendrick Bourne, isn't even off the board yet. Cinnamon.
That is code Cinnamon. That's strike 3. You're out. You're out.
I'm glad I used it on Kendrick Bourne.
At least it was worth it. Yeah, I'm excited to see what happens there in Arizona. Look, this is probably where we're going to let Hercules kind of, take over from here. This is your last chance to enter today's giveaway. We have 68 entries currently. If you want to enter today's giveaway, I'm giving away a live team playbook, the tier 1 product that I offer on the Flock site for a customized review. All you have to do is simply like the stream and then type today's code word, which is Kinbone, and then you'll be entered into the giveaway for today. Like I said, this is your last chance to enter. We're about to get into the nitty gritty here of the Hercules League, and we're going to let them kind of do their thing. I loved the value on Dobbins there at the 1009 after signing that contract. I thought that was an awesome pick by Landon. Landon to not get a running back through 8 rounds and to end up with Swift and Dobbins, it could be worse. I think it definitely could be worse.
Could be a lot worse.
But shout out to all you guys for drafting here in the Hercules League. Like I announced previously, we did just release the Google form to enter the Hades League. This league will be raffled off on Thursday night. Every single week for land annual Mother Flocker members, we have real leagues that you can join, that you can be a part of. And if you're someone who's going to sign up to be a new member, we've already got a couple people who have done that today, and you are not in a league yet, please DM me if you become an annual Mother Flocker member with the code LAND. Here are the steps to get into a league with us. DM me if you do. I will fast track you into the Hades League like that. All I need to know is your Flock Fantasy username. Need you to be an annual Mother Flocker member, and you need to fill out that form, and then you'll be good to go. Let's do this giveaway, and then we've got to jump into some team playbooks here. Okay, so 79 entries. 79 entries. Good luck to everybody. I can't even see your names at this point. We're going to go ahead and spin that wheel. Good luck all, and to all, good luck. And our winner for today is John Watson 1387. So John Watson 1387, all you got to do to claim your team playbook voucher is DM me on Discord. There's my username. I need a screenshot of your YouTube account, and I need you to tell me your Flock Fantasy username, and then I will hook you up, my friend, with a team playbook. Thanks for being a part of the giveaway. Shout out to John.
Shout out to John.
We love Johnny here. Okay, let's answer some trade questions. If you guys want to answer a trade question or you want to get a team reviewed, I'll put a link in the chat here for you guys. I'm about to jump into these team playbooks, so if you want to get into tonight's queue for a review, you want to get your team reviewed tonight, it's a great time to jump in, or you want to submit a trade question here. Let's go to Big Vegan Beef. It's a 1 quarterback, 12-team start 9. He would send away Bashul Tootin and Brian Robinson for Trevor Lawrence. It's a 1 quarterback league. I hope that you didn't do this yet, because after free agency, I could see Tootin's value rising. You've already got Jared Goff. I don't see a reason to make this move, dude. With Goff and Mahomes, in a 1 quarterback league, you need running back way more than you need wide receiver. Yeah, man, I just don't see a reason to make this move, to be honest. I don't think you need a quarterback with Goff and Mahomes.
Worried about the Mahomes injury. Just start Goff for 5 weeks and then rotate him. You're good.
100%. Tiv, what's up, Tiv? Tiv is sending away the 106, the 109 Knicks, Metcalf, and Ferguson in a Superflex start 10 for the 101 Purdy, Evans, and Goddard. So the Purdy and Evans stack there now. The 101.
Wow. What a wild thing to say. This is pretty clearly to me. This is quarterbacks I view similarly, wide receivers I view similarly, and tight ends I view similarly. So you're trading the 106 and the 109 for the 101.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems like a no-brainer, hey. Like, there's not a case to be made against getting the 101 here, I don't think.
No. Even in a deep lineup, I'd rather have Jeremiah Love than Kenyon Sadiq and Denzel Boston.
I think I'm right there with you. So we'll take the 101 here pretty comfortably. The 101. What's up, Port Dog? It's a super flex start 9. Feels like I should get a little more value back, he says. He's sending away Daniel Jones and Tua for the 108. I got to be honest, man. I don't think you're going to be getting any more than the 108 for those two names. I mean, y'all let me know if I'm misremembering this. But, or maybe I'm off the mark here. I don't think Jones and Tua are worth more than the 108 right now in the market.
No, I don't think so. Does he need a quarterback? Does he?
Well, he's got Josh Allen, Drake May, Malik Willis in a super flex league, so he's trying to sell these guys.
Make this move.
Yeah.
I don't know if you get.
I don't think Tua is worth much at all in the market. And when Daniel Jones signs a long-term contract, I don't think it's going to be worth more than the 108. Like, maybe if he signs with the Vikings or something and that happens, you could see a world. But
yeah, just with the transition tag, I don't see that happening.
Yeah, I think as of right now, he's probably going to be a Colt, and I don't think you get more
and
than
the
108.
The Colts is close to best case scenario, like we saw last year. Like, I don't know how much better the Vikings would be. Yeah, I'm taking the pick.
All right, we're got another trade here, and this is in a one quarterback start 8. No tight end premium.
Lineup.
They are sending away 2 seconds and Kaminonga and likely for a first, a third, and Mike Evans. And he says 26 picks are the 202 and the 304.
26 picks.
The ones that he must be sending away 26 picks instead of 27. Is that right? If not, is not.
Wait, but why?
Chat? I feel like.
But there's no 27 first here. Is the 27 first the 28 first?
Man, I don't know. I feel like this is one of those things where I'm telling the devs, like, it's hard to read some of this stuff sometimes.
But his chat doesn't match what was submitted. Is the confusing 26? Like, I don't think it would have just jumped everything a year. 26 picks are 202, and which is the 12th overall, and the 304, which is 24th overall. 27 for. I just don't know which side of the deal those are on.
Okay, let's assume it's what he put in the chat.
Oh, okay. He's in the chat.
Is he?
Chris Thompson 3172.
Okay. Did you mess it up or was it a glitch?
He said he messed it up with him. He was submitting on mobile.
It's a 202 and the 27 second for 27 first. Okay. I think I'm taking Mike Evans.
It's the 112 basically.
Yeah.
Because it's a 10-team league. But yeah, no, I'm going to take the first and Evans.
Yeah, I'll take the first and Mike Evans there pretty comfortably.
Especially in the 27 class.
Yeah. I think that's a pretty
It's all good,
smash.
Chris.
Yeah.
It's all good. We got there.
Yeah, no worries, Chris. You just saved me contacting the devs, so thank you, because they probably would have been annoyed at me for contacting them. All right. I mean, as long as I feel like we understood that correctly. I don't feel like there was anything that we misunderstood. Because to get a 27 first there, that's kind of what we would dream any outcome to be. So,
like, I love Monungai, but I'll move him in the 112 for a 27 first and Mike Evans.
In a heartbeat. All right. Goat Rings. What's up, Goat Rings? His name is Bauer Rangers. And this is a Superflex start. What are we at right now? Start 11. So that's a pretty big lineup. He is in a 10-team league, but start 11 is not a small lineup at all whatsoever. That's a rolling deep lineup. Up to starting 6 receivers, I think.
It's probably a 3 wide receiver, 3 flex, or 2-4. Yeah.
Team name is Bauer Rangers. He's ranked first right now on the site. I mean, you've got an absolute chokehold on this league, by the way, based off of what I'm seeing.
Holy Zach, this is insane.
Oh my God.
Zach, he's ranked first everywhere. Look at the draft class.
Oh Brother, my gosh.
Why did he submit this team?
This is what we call a flex. And honestly, I love it. He's like, you want to see how good I am? You want to see me flex?
Zach. Brian Thomas Jr. is his wide receiver 9.
Thank God. I'm just kidding.
You need depth these days.
That much depth do you need, though?
He has 3 2027 firsts. How is this possible?
I mean, this feels like a league where you knew how to play Dynasty football. Your friends probably didn't. And you probably took advantage of them. And I'm not saying that you're a bad guy for doing so. I would have done the same thing. But I'm just trying to picture how a team like this would have come to life.
I mean, his record this year was 26-2.
So it's in a league that counts against the median as well.
Yeah, it's got the league. I can't. How do you?
Well, I've said this a couple. I mean, we very rarely go to this conversation that I'm about to have. However,
I don't think it's a conversation, Zach.
It's not a conversation. It is what it is, isn't it? Less than 1% of all teams that have ever been submitted get the Thanos tag. Okay. And when your team gets a Thanos tag, you get a special team playbook. Here's what it will look like essentially once it's all done. Obviously, we'll customize it to your team here today. But very rarely does a team get a Thanos. Less than 1% of the time in a year and a half has someone got the Thanos tag from me when I look at their Dynasty team. You, my friend, undoubtedly are a Thanos. A+ team. You're a Thanos. I don't know how this team can get much better than this. You have the 101. You have 327 firsts. You have the number 1 at every single position. You are the definition of a Thanos. You have all of the stones. You've snapped your hands. It's funny because we have a place for untouchables. I don't have enough room. Josh Allen, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jaden Daniels, JSN, Brock Bowers. I don't have enough room for all of the untouchables that you have. Sure, do we want to hold Bucky Irving? Sure, Bucky Irving can be a hold. Do we want to hold Marvin Harrison and Brian Thomas? Sure, why not? You can drop, if you need to, by the way, you can drop Isaiah Bond or Taj Brooks or Jerome Ford or Geno Smith. But you certainly don't have to.
The chat is just cracking me up. So it says he doesn't have Bijan. This team sucks.
Yeah, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. This is one of the best teams I think I've ever seen. And people want to see last place, so let's show them last place. This is a last place team who has Goff and Shador starting, Saquon and Ramondre, Devontae and Terry, the dynamic duo, Dallas Goedert, and they're flexing Alec A.O. Manor, Rashad Bateman, as you do. For reference, this team has 804 total points on the site. Your team has 11,200. So yeah, you're an absolutely incredible team, my friend.
This team could split himself into 3 teams, and they would all be better than the second place team in the league.
Actually, pretty easily, I think. Pretty easily. Should we go to the war room and talk about what you can do with these picks? I'm laughing
the draft
because
capital's insane.
I'm laughing
He
because
has the 102.
I don't even know
he has
how
101, 2, and 3.
How does this team get better than it currently is?
Why would you submit it? He's just flexing. There's no reason to submit this team besides to flex on us.
I think he just wants us to know, hey, I'm pretty good at this thing. If you were to stick and pick at the 102 to the 103, you're going to add your wide receiver 10 there, which is either Carnell Tate, Mekhi Lemon.
You're going to add your wide receiver 10. This guy could start. He could draft Tate and Lemon. He could start only wide receivers in his 11 spots on his roster, and he could win the league without an issue.
Yeah. Look, I think you draft Jeremiah Love no matter what. But I think then from the 102 to the 103, you use these picks in packages to go even harder.
This is what I'm doing. If anybody is willing to trade with me at this point, after I've just taken their money and all their dignity, I am just trying to make my roster the first round of Dynasty startups.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm doing.
And a start 11, by the way, we never said his starting lineup. It would be Josh Allen, Jaden Daniels, Gibbs, Hampton, or Achane, JSN, Lamb, or Neighbors, Bowers, and a tight end premium. And then he has to start 4 more names. Guess who those 4 names are? Malik Neighbors, Devon Achane, Justin Jefferson, T. Higgins, or anyone else on this
Brees, or
roster.
Bucky, or Regbuka, or Rome, or Marv, or Tyler Warren. It's a 0.75 premium.
Okay, we're going to use the 102. We're going to use the 103. We're going to use the 106. We're going to use the 108. And our whole goal here is to upgrade as much as we possibly can across the board, which I don't even know how you can for some of this. But names that we can use to upgrade, Marvin Harrison. I'm assuming you'd be okay to use Brian Thomas in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, this guy can do whatever he wants.
Rome Odunze, we can use Travion Henderson. Just all names that we could use to upgrade here pretty comfortably. I love Bucky Irving, but I would use Bucky Irving to upgrade as well. So I'm just collecting all the assets that we can use in trades. Because look, my only goal here is just going to make your team as dominant as I possibly can, and you've kind of already done that. But let's just think of a hypothetical here. So, for example, on the chalkboard here, the 102 and Marvin Harrison. You know, who do we not have?
That's the question.
Have Puka Nacua. So can we go get Puka Nacua? We'll send the 102
or Chase,
Marvin.
I think this team needs.
Yeah, the 102 plus the 103 plus Marvin Harrison. We want to go get Puka Nacua or Jamar Chase, right?
And this is the thing. I think you cannot this cannot be a team that you make a fair trade with.
You got to overpay.
Like that's obviously an overpayment, and this is not going to be something that we would recommend on any other team.
Yeah. Now, who does he not have at running back? He doesn't have. We mentioned
literally Bijan.
He doesn't have Bijan.
He has like my other top 4. Like he's just like.
So you said the 102, 103, and Bucky Irving from Bijan. Or if that has to be Henderson, it can be Henderson. You can overpay.
Or Brees.
Yeah, or Brees. That's right. Brees would also work. Whatever they want. I mean, I might even send Brees and Henderson. I don't know. I'm not sure you really need an RB6 on your team. The other idea would be to upgrade quarterback 3 from Jordan Love. So it would be the 102, the 103, and Jordan Love. And then we go out and we get a Lamar Jackson, Drake May. Who does he have again? Sorry.
He's got Daniels, but he's got Kyler as well. The chat is just killing me.
And look, maybe you can do some other trades here where, maybe you do one of these trades where you actually end up with a Jamar Chase. Okay, now you don't have the 102 and the 103. Well, you do these type of deals, but you add the 103 or the 108, 106, 108, and another player. So, right, like hypothetically for Bijan Robinson, just so you know how this would work, then instead of it being the 103 and the 102, it's the 108 plus the 106 plus Brees Hall and, Rome Odunze, right? So that's kind of how you're going to structure those plays. Players
Because every
that
other team,
are movable.
like the team with Bijan probably has like Bijan and nobody else.
Right.
So
they probably need
it makes
some
sense
help to build out.
Even though I'm sure, even though I'm sure they hate you and they don't even want to talk to you. They see your DM and they've blocked you on Sleeper actually.
Do these people actually like you anymore?
Are these your friends? Did you have 11 friends, and now you have 11 fewer friends because.
The other option, by the way, would be like a Tyler Warren, who has Colson Loveland. I'm just thinking out loud.
Oh my gosh, we're just getting greedy now.
But you can basically upgrade across the board and still have way too many assets. So they have the 110. So can you send Tyler Warren in the 106 for Loveland and the 110 or something?
This guy's got Puka. This guy's got a chance actually. He's got Puka. He's got Loveland.
And maybe you throw them like a Matthew Golden or something on top of that. Point is, you just want to upgrade across the board as much as you possibly can. Whatever that looks like, I would do any one of these deals. I would probably pay more.
I think
it doesn't matter with the way that you set up this.
This is what you do. This is what you do. You overpay for the elite of the elite studs, and I genuinely do not care what it costs.
100%.
Like you're winning this league without.
This is
trying.
probably one of the most dominant teams I've ever seen, to be honest.
I genuinely don't think I've seen it is literally it could hardly be stronger anywhere. It's perfect literally everywhere. And I think the last Thanos, it was the draft capital they were missing. Like they had their own first, but they didn't have a first this year or something.
Yeah.
And we still get this is ridiculous. He's got 3 firsts next year, and every other team is terrible.
I honestly if I wasn't you in this league, I'm just wondering why I would still be a part of it.
That's what everybody in the chat's saying. Zach, the chat is going.
I haven't read the chat.
Connor killing me. There is no way anyone in this league. There's no way anyone in this league can walk and chew gum at the same time.
Yeah. Don't send this video to your league mates. Just make sure they don't see this stream. Keep winning each year.
The chat is convinced that he is every team in the league, and he's just
right. They're convinced it's a fake league that he's made up. Well, either way, congratulations, Goat Rings. I don't know if this is the Goat Rings that I remember from our community a long time ago, because he is ruthless in the Dynasty streets, or maybe you're a different Goat Rings. Either way, I appreciate you big time, man. Thanks for being here and showing some love. You are our first Thanos in quite some time. I think this offseason we've only had 2 Thanos in total, so congratulations on that. I am going to be doing team reviews all day today, right? As long as it goes, I'm here. If you want to customize your review from me, you want to get your playbook, you can use the promo code LAND at sign up, become an annual Mother Flocker member. Then you'll get a voucher that you can use through the Flock store, and then you can get your review done there. Alternatively, if you're a member of a different promo code, you can still get a team playbook. You just have to buy it a la carte. But of course, if you become an annual Mother Flocker member, not only do you get access to our live Dynasty leagues, but you also get a free team playbook voucher. It's one of the many perks of becoming a member, including the War Room, the Trade Hotline. So out there, I review your team. You get 6 additional vouchers to come back and ask questions. So that is available to anybody on the stream today. And of course, if you sign up today and you want to get in the league, please DM me. I'd love to fast track you for the Hades League, which is the next league we've got going here. All right. Appreciate everybody for hanging out. I think we'll probably have a couple more difficult reviews coming up, I imagine.
Yeah, some more thinking will need to happen going forward.
But honestly, hey, we gotta give props where props are due. Assuming that's a real league.
Yeah, we had a good time.
Shout out to that guy. All right, it's always fun to see a team like that where someone's just absolutely dominated. All right, this is Beans. His team name is Out on Bond. He's currently ranked 2nd. It's a 1 quarterback, 10 team start 9. All right, so it's a start 9. That is our middle ground for our 1 quarterback leagues, which means you probably have 3 flex spots. He says, finished 3rd last season. Not really sure what pieces to move on from or upgrades I should make. People in the league are really hard to trade with unless it's an overpay. 2 girls, 1 cup, classic. Has everyone up for trade except for McBride. Kind of want to target some wide receiver help. I don't know. those classic team names are a dying breed, right? The 2 Girls 1 Cup, the My Ball Zach Ertz. Like these team names are only going to hold on for so much longer. So it's like seeing
Show me your TDs.
Yeah, it's like seeing a 1967 Ford Mustang. And it's like, damn, they're still out there. Okay, let's have a look at the team. We do have 2 picks this year. Not any firsts, but we'll obviously consider what we can do with those picks. We are starting Josh Allen or Drake May. Great quarterback room. At running back, we're starting Hampton and Henderson or Jacobs. We've got Neighbors and Collins. Loveland at tight end. Then in this start 9, we need 3 more flexes, which would be Nico, Henderson, Rice, Pittman on the bench, Ayuk on the bench, Gadsden on the bench. It's a pretty good team.
Yeah.
Honestly, this is a nice team. I think you've got some serious contending potential here. That quarterback room is nasty. I wish it was super flex because you would have, a little more flexibility. Oh, yeah. But you're definitely the best quarterback room in this league. And draft capital is really where you're lacking. You don't have much. At least you have your 27 first, but you don't really have many impact picks at this point. So that might be somewhere where I might slightly have to ding you. But overall team grade, this is a great team. We're not anywhere near a Thanos like the previous guy, but I think we're definitely a contender and probably a solid A-.
That's what I was thinking. A-, maybe a B+ because no draft capital, but with your own first, yeah, A- here, I think.
I think I agree, yeah. Your untouchables would be probably Josh Allen, Hampton, Neighbors would be the closest guys there. On this team, who would I want to hold right now? I'd want to hold Brandon Ayuk and see what happens in free agency. He's really the main guy I want to hold. I'll add Adonai Mitchell to that.
Rashid Shaheed. Did you see he signed a contract like right before we went live?
I saw that. I didn't think it was going to make a big difference for fantasy. What do you think, though? Do you think is he more attractive in your opinion now?
I don't know. Maybe more attractive than wide receiver 75. Obviously, that's not updated, but
yes,
he got over 15 million a year.
That's fair.
It's
let me actually look at my rankings.
It's not nothing.
I would probably still say he's not going to be a fantasy impactful guy, but
yeah, I don't think so. I think a lot of it is the special team stuff
or Kyle Williams. That's kind of where I'm at right now.
Yeah, probably. That's hard. I don't even know what I would.
What about him or Khalil Shakir? Maybe still Shakir. Yeah, that might tell us something.
I think I'd take Shaheed there.
You would? Okay. It's a close conversation at least.
I can't even freaking.
As far as drops, you can drop Michael Carter if you want to clear space. You can drop Isaiah Bond if you want to clear space for the incoming rookies. On your waiver wire, Jonathan Brooks has got to be rostered, dude. Please go pick up Jonathan Brooks. By the way,
oh wow,
another sneaky winner so far. Tank Bigsby also should be rostered. Those are 2 names I would definitely go out and pick up. But yeah, this is a great team. I don't see why we can't go contend. Let's actually pop over to the war room. And that 201, right now, the 201 is, I feel like after the combine, it got a little more established, but I still think it's up in the air. I'd be curious to hear your opinion, but I think this is kind of like Stowers, Coleman, Max Clare, Surratt, Bell, Bernard, Simpson, Chris Bell, Jacoby Lane.
You're probably not getting Cooper there anymore. Although it is a 10 team, right?
Yes.
So this is the 110. So Cooper is in play then.
Right. Okay. So Cooper could be, but 1 quarterback. So I don't think Mendoza's going to push. Like Cooper's going to go ahead of Mendoza in this format.
Yeah. So this is, I think this is probably this is Cooper, Boston, Price, Coleman, Stowers.
Yes. Okay. Somewhere in that range.
It's one of those guys.
If we're to trade the 201, a lot more options kind of come up now. Like I would be comfortable to get DJ Moore for a team like this to add to your depth, I mean, let's think about all of the moves that have happened today. Wide receivers that you could trade for here. DJ Moore,
You're talking about with the 110, right? We're doing the war room.
Yeah,
Okay.
110. Jalen Waddle, if you need like that one last flex. I think those are the names I'm comfortable. Devontae Adams as well. For a team like this, which I want to go out and compete with.
How are you? Yeah, I mean, where are you at on like Michael Wilson, Devonta Smith?
I would do Devonta Smith. I wouldn't be in on Wilson, but I just think there's regression coming. The running back range might have opened up here too at that 110, 201 and a 10-teamer.
Which arguably you need more, I think.
Yeah. I think that's actually a fair assumption there. So at running back, who's in this range? I mean, would you trade it for Harvey, Dobbins, Algier?
No.
No?
I'd keep the pick. I don't think those guys are in that.
You can't get a Jacobs that cheap or an Etienne.
No. This is the thing. It's kind of in this dead zone where it's like Harvey and Henry are around here, maybe Swift.
Right.
But then getting up to Etienne Jacobs is too far, I think.
Yeah, I think I'll just give you those guys as options, but I agree that receiver makes more sense. And honestly, with 3 running backs that you can start each week, I don't mind adding like a DJ Moore instead, because really what we're trying to do is we're trying to get that last flex spot shored up. But let's jump to the chalkboard here, and let's think through some ideas for a really, really good team. Like, first idea is like, can I utilize Drake May in a trade, or even Josh Allen? You know, like, what can I net from these guys? I really feel comfortable having one of them and then having Shuck as my backup.
I think you definitely have to move one of these guys on this team.
Right?
There's no point in holding both.
To me, it's really your only leverage that I'm comfortable moving on from at this point. I'd rather have 2 tight ends than Josh Allen and Drake May. Also because the return on Josh Allen and Drake May should be more than a Gadsden anyway. So, let's just see if there's a quarterback needy team. This guy has Jared Goff. So, is it possible to get a Breece Hall? I'd be curious, like, could you turn Drake May into Breece Hall and a 1 quarterback? I'd say that's possible. I'm not very familiar with 1 quarterback.
That's the thing. That's the problem. I'm not familiar enough either to know exactly what Drake may be able to fetch you.
From memory, this should be possible in a 1 quarterback. Yeah, you should actually be able to get more. So maybe we're underselling a little bit. But if you were to go here, I wonder if you could just get back Jared Goff. Right? Make yourself a little more comfortable there. And why don't I just say this? I'd rather move Drake than Josh. I'll just say that. Drake and Josh.
On a contender, sure. And Drake might have more value.
Yeah. Let's keep looking, though. Daniels and Burrow guy's not going to need help. Caleb Hurts guy's not going to need help. The Baker Mayfield guy, I like this range. So I'm thinking like George Pickens, Lab McConkey, one of those names would be awesome. Now, what can you get back? Can you get more on top? Like, I don't know. Maybe Baker Mayfield back is the most that you could get. I don't think that you could get more on top of Pickens, but maybe more on top of McConkey you could. Let's keep looking here. Justin Herbert team is probably fine. Although I'd be willing to do like a Bucky Judkins or a Higgins. Let's keep looking. The Mahomes guy's probably chilling. The Purdy guy's probably chilling. Although, would you do like a Ken Walker straight up in a 1 quarterback? I think I would.
100%.
I think that would work for you. And then Jackson Dart owner's probably fine. So that would be the main deals that I would be pursuing. I'll just say this. Josh Allen is interchangeable in any deal above, but I would prefer to keep Josh Allen. because you're a contender, and I just trust him more right now. But I don't see a need to trade anybody else on this team as you're trying to contend right now. So, any final thoughts from you, Sammy, before we move on?
Let me just, my broadcast is slowing. No. I think you're in a really good spot and all that makes sense. I really think you just got to move one of those quarterbacks. Probably Drake May. That's the main thing that I'd be trying to do here.
Yeah. I appreciate you big time, my friend. And you are going to get your team playbook here. It'll just take about 3 to 4 business days. So just remain patient with me and DM me if you have any questions. But it'll definitely be in your inbox here very soon. But I appreciate you, Beans, for letting us look at the team. Someone just said that Kyler is confirmed with the Vikings. I haven't seen that, though.
I don't have it either.
I haven't seen Kyler confirmed with the Vikings.
Devin Lloyd just signed.
That would be awesome. I just have not seen it be confirmed. How about you? Like, no, I've just seen it in like the rumor range right now.
Who said report is Kyler confirmed? Yeah, where is that? Could we get a source? MT
source says,
I have sleeper 13 minutes ago. Team still searching for a quarterback. Vikings, Jets, Browns, Steelers. Best remaining options: Kyler, Gino. Like, it's as of 13 minutes ago, it wasn't. He hadn't signed.
Okay. All right, let's have a look at this next team. Appreciate you, Kev. Thanks for being here with us. Again, guys, if you want to get your team reviewed tonight, you can get into the queue. It's a great night to get a team reviewed. Just so you guys know, first off, obviously, if you become a land annual Mother Flocker member, not only do you get into the next league for next Monday, you'll get fast-tracked. DM me if you sign up with the promo code LAND. But also, you get a free team playbook, obviously, 6 trade question vouchers, all that jazz. So today is a great day to sign up. But of course, if you are a member of a different promo code, then you can purchase a playbook a la carte. There are 3 options. The live one is live by default. The priority pass jumps a queue. And tier 3 is a pro pass, which doubles your playbooks. All right. Let's go to Kev. What's up, Kev? It's a super flex start 10. So I've got that format in the chat there. He says, hello, I took over this team last year and made a lot of moves trying to get younger, but I sadly lost a championship this year. Half of the league is sort of hard to trade with, but I love any suggestions on trades and how you would improve the roster. Thanks. Okay, let's have a look. He is currently ranked 5th. Now, he does have the 101. I'm excited to report. No other pick, but honestly, like, when I see a team like that, I'm honestly fine with it. When, it's more about the impact you can make with your picks, and the 101, you can make a huge impact whether you're going to contend or rebuild or whatever the case may be. So I'm not actually that upset that you don't have a ton of draft capital here. Okay.
Value is as important as volume,
Right, exactly. 100%. I'd rather you have the 101 than 400 4th-round picks.
Exactly.
Okay, so again, it is a super flex. It's a start 10, and Kev is in the chat, by the way. What's up, Kev? Thanks for being a member, man. Okay, so we've got Purdy, Lawrence. I like that as a 1-2, and you've got 2 guys who could be your quarterback 3. Bucky, Etienne. I'm sure you loved seeing Etienne get a big old bag, and I'm sure you loved Tootin looking like he's going to take his place.
Oh, that's awesome. Incredible.
Jefferson, Wilson, Fannin. And then we're flexing Burden, Rice, DJ. And by the way, I haven't even mentioned Jeremiah Love. This is a good team. I like this team a lot. I'm expecting a big bounce back for names like Bucky Irving, Justin Jefferson, Garrett Wilson, DJ Moore. I'm expecting, a big bounce back from those names. So I like this team, honestly. This is not the flashiest team. This is not you're pulling out a Ferrari out of the garage. You're pulling out a 2016 Lexus, right? That's
nice car.
It's made by Toyota. Yeah, it's going to be reliable, but it's a premium version of that reliable car. So overall team grade, I would probably put this at this seems like B+ to me. I don't know where you stand, but This seems like
Yeah, it's a few studs away from an A.
yeah,
I think.
exactly.
You get Jeremiah Love, but well, no, no big quarterback, no. Yeah, B plus is
There's
fair.
a lot of things that could happen that could propel this to an A, like a Tootin breakout, a Rice
is fine.
being fine, a Burden breakout. But I like this team. As far as untouchables, I will put the 101 as an untouchable. I think you need Jeremiah Love, quite frankly, on a team like this. And I don't think Jefferson is still an untouchable, but he's the closest thing that you've got there. As far as holds, I will be holding Tyler Shuck. I want to see what he can do in year 2. I'd be holding Bashul Tootin, especially after free agency. If I were you, I would be holding Pat Bryant. Terrence Ferguson, I don't know. I'm a little bit sad about the Tyler Higbee signing.
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
It really doesn't. Let's put Burden as another hold. As far as drops, if you need to clear room, look, dude, you got plenty of... You could drop Mullings. You could drop Ridley, honestly, at this point, if you wanted to. You could drop Najee Harris. You could drop... plenty of names on here if you want to. I'm assuming your waiver wire is naked. And it is. But I would rather roster Deshaun Watson than all those names I just mentioned. Because he might be a starter. I know it's gross, but he might be a starter. All right, let's jump into the chalkboard, which should be relatively straightforward for a guy who has one pick and it's only the 101. I think you draft Jeremiah Love, obviously. Now, if you don't, then you need an absolute haul and return. Or I would argue you just need a hammer. You need a hammer. Like Sammy was talking about earlier, you need one of those guys that's just like, he's that dude on your team. You don't have that right now outside of Jefferson, maybe. And you certainly don't have it in your running back room. So unless you're going to get a Gibbs or a Bijan, I would hold the 101. Other thing that I would consider is like Genty and a plus on top.
It's just the hope that Love is that guy, right?
Exactly. You need a hammer.
Yeah.
You don't have really a hammer right now. Let's see who has Genty. Because I've seen plenty of examples where you can get like a plus. Like, see, this is where I'd be willing to take the plus on a Brian Thomas. Like Genty and Brian Thomas, I would do pretty easily in a heartbeat because you could sell me on either Love or Genty at this point. And if someone is willing to put Love so much higher than Genty, I would take advantage of that.
Especially this guy where he has so many wide receivers. Also, of note, Kev put in the chat that his 2027 first is the team that got the 101 this year.
Wow. Then definitely hold that. No reason to sell that. I think you have enough depth to roll with what you got anyway. This is super flex, right? I mean, would you I don't think Ladd's possible to get on top of Genty. I was just seeing how far we could push it, but
no, I mean, I don't think so.
I don't think you get the 105 on top, and you don't really have anything to send back. Yeah, I mean, anyway, you see what sort of ceiling you can push. Thomas is probably the most realistic name there. By the way, Rico Dowdle was a 2-year, $12.3 million deal. Wow.
So less, like basically Algier money.
Yeah. Which Kenneth Gainwell got more. Interesting. I think Gainwell's like the perfect complement to a Bucky, so I'm not really upset about that. Okay, let's go to the chalkboard, shall we? And let's kind of start to cook up some ideas for you, Kev. So again, keep in mind we have the 101. We're really not going to use any picks and trades because you're keeping your 27 first. And with that in mind, I don't think I want to sell Jefferson. I think the only thing that would make sense if you want to pivot off of names because you're not confident in them, that would be Garrett Wilson and Rashee Rice. I don't think there's many moves you should make, man. I think you've kind of really established your identity here. Sometimes I just want to clarify, you guys can submit team reviews and some people might be upset later on. They might say like, hey, you didn't do as many trades for me as someone else. And I always tell that person like, hey, I want to make sure you get the most value from your review. So please let me know if there's any other questions that you have. But at the same time, sometimes it can be harmful for me to overdo your trade ideas, right? Like sometimes you've already got the ship steered in the right direction, and by trading just to trade, I'm steering you in the opposite direction again, right? I mean, sure, we could talk about, okay, let's sell Trevor Lawrence or Brock Purdy. Well, you're in a Superflex league and you need to compete right now. Let's sell Etienne. Why would we sell Etienne? He's a perfect RB3 once Jeremiah Love comes in. Let's sell DJ Moore. Why? You want DJ Moore as a flex, right? So just to be clear, I think you've really already established yourself, as far as like what direction you should take. But with a Garrett Wilson, if you wanted to turn Garrett Wilson and you're worried about the quarterback situation in New York and you wanted to turn him into like a Chris Olave, or turn him into, I don't think you get Drake London, but Nico Collins, or you want to take a shot on George Pickens coming back to Dallas, Emeka Egbuka and something on top, I wouldn't be opposed to. With Rashee Rice, if you want to turn him into a, he's a little harder, but I would say an Emeka Egbuka straight up, I'd be willing to do. If you want to turn him into a Luther Burden, if you want to turn him into a Roma Dunze, just these guys that you know are going to be a part of that offense. A T. Higgins could make sense. You want to avoid the off-field issue. I will just quickly explore the Garrett Wilson and Egbuka idea. I want to see who has Egbuka real fast. Let's see. Did you have any other names there, by the way, Sammy, while I was doing that?
For Rice, you mean, or for Wilson?
For either.
For either? Yeah, I mean, Garrett, let me see. Let me
so like Egbuka and Dobbins would be really awesome, I think, for your team.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hypothetically, I think that would be
T. Higgins, Rome. Yeah.
Or even just getting like a second to give you more flexibility in trades mid-season, to have that kind of in your pocket. But I really think you're already on the right track. Sorry, you got any other names?
I'm also happy to go up as well, maybe.
Right.
I don't know if we have much to do that with.
That's the problem. We don't have many picks at all.
But could we capitalize on I don't know how you feel about Wandale. I don't know. I'm not super excited about that.
Sure.
Is somebody excited about the opportunity for him to be a 1 there? Can we get up to a Nico?
Right. Okay, so if you
to
can't do it straight up,
Pickens?
right. Add a Wandale on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. Kev says, I know I've done a ton of trades, so I've limited myself now. I've been thinking I need to trade off some assets to get more picks / being liquid again. I don't think you need to, man. Like, I think you kind of sound like the guy who trades because you love, just for the love of the game, which is good.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
you also, like, those type of dynasty owners can also sink themselves as well because they're trading for the love of the game and then they trade themselves out of contending. And I think you're set up, man. I don't think you make another move unless there's you can field offers. You can put Wilson on the block. You can put Rice on the block. You can put Tootin on the block, Dowdle on the block. But I think you just hold where you are. You're in a place where when Jeremiah Love's on the roster, you're ready to compete. So I think you should hold right now. But let me know if you have any final questions there, Kev. I appreciate you letting me look at the squad. You've probably heard this earlier, but you will be getting your playbook here within the next 3 to 4 business days. We're churning them out on the back end. Shout out to Kate, killing it. But let me know if you got any final questions here before we move on to our next review for the day. It says, thanks, I appreciate it. We appreciate you, man.
Yeah.
We appreciate you big time. All right, let's go to Cody.
I'm going to hit the washroom super quick.
Okay.
While you start this one.
No stress.
I shall be back.
Okay. Let us know how you go. All right, Cody is up here. This is a Superflex Start 11. What's up, Cody, with 3 Ys? Cody. Actually, let me just double check there's no priority passes in the queue. I want to make sure I honor that. Okay, cool. We're all good on regular playbooks here. All right, Cody with 3 Ys. What's up, brother? Team name is Eric XYY17, which is an interesting team name with your username is Cody, but it's a Superflex start 11, so that is a big starting lineup. Depth really, really matters in a league like this. So we definitely want to make sure we're strong across the board. And there's a 0.75 tight end premium. He says, it's a new startup league. Thought my startup draft went well, so I'm going to contend this year. Just trade away the 104 and the 27 first to pivot from Achane to Bijan. Other upgrades I can do, question mark. Dang, so did you paid the 104 and the 27 first and Achane to go to Bijan? I don't know. That seems pretty expensive to me. Maybe I'm overthinking this, but this seems I like upgrading to Bijan, but that seems like a heavy price. Okay. Anyway, your team is currently ranked 4th amongst the league. And at your positions, the site has you 9th on quarterbacks, 2nd on running backs, 2nd on wide receivers, and 11th on tight ends. Okay. I was going to say, like, maybe you have the depth to do it anyway, but now that you don't have your 27 first, I'm definitely going to keep that in mind when I give you a pathway and try and determine what the best step forward is for a team like this, right? Because without your first round pick, you have definitely kind of forced yourself into a contending window, whether your team is ready or not. And I'm not suggesting it isn't ready, but I'm just saying, kind of thinking out loud as I'm looking at the team. Okay. All right, so we've got in a Superflex start 11, Purdy, Stafford. No quarterback 3. Well, Jacoby Brissett is a quarterback 3, but Sammy and I talked about this earlier. At any moment, he could lose his job. Bijan, Saquon. I really don't like your depth at running back. Chase, Wilson, Goddard at starting tight end. And then we have to flex 4 more names, which would be DJ Moore, Adams, Terry. And I don't know who your last flex is. I guess it's whatever you would have done at the 106. I got to be honest, man. I know it's not helpful now, but I'm assuming you put that trade in there to hear some feedback. And if I'm 100% transparent with you, I wish you could reverse that trade. I would much rather on my roster right now in the start 11 have the 104, 27 first, and Achane. That's a trade I would have made if this was like a start 9. Start 9, I would have felt more comfortable maybe. But you just have to account for so much in such a large starting lineup, man. So I was hoping we would have had adequate depth, but dude, I wish we could reverse that trade. I would have much rather looked at improving quarterback 2, my flexes, my tight end position. Right now, you might be flexing Jack Besh, Deebo Samuel, Jerry Jeudy, JCM, Chuba Hubbard. I don't like that. You don't have your 27 first. Obviously, we all love Bijan Robinson. But to be honest, if you hadn't given me that context of you trading the 104, 27 first, and Achane for Bijan, I probably would have said to you, can we tear off of Bijan? And I would have said, in an ideal world, best case scenario, we could get back an Achane and something. So, again, I'm not trying to be rude or like go hard. I'm just, you guys come to me for honest, transparent feedback. And I think that's a deal I would have not made given your format. And we're going to have to figure out how to get around that. You do have 2 untouchables, Bijan Robinson and Jamar Chase, but we might have to move one of them at this point. As far as holds, you probably need to keep Jacoby Brissett, given that he was named the starter and that you don't have your 27 first. You need to compete. I think you probably need to hold Terry McLaurin at this point as well for similar reasons. Devontae Adams for similar reasons. You need productive guys that aren't attractive in the market. And
What's the starting lineup, Zach?
it's a start 11.
Okay.
It's a big old lineup. Yeah.
Yeah. So Devontae, Terry, and then one of Chuba Beshdeep are definitely in there right now. Yeah. And it was 27 first, 104 Achan for Bijan.
27 first, 104 and Achan for Bijan. Yeah.
Yeah. Oof.
It's a hefty price to pay.
It is hefty. It's probably what he's worth, but it is hefty.
It's just like you might be comfortable paying that if you're in a really advantageous position and then it's like a start 9. But
I think the fact that it's a new startup means that with this team, he has a better chance of winning the league this year than in a lot of leagues.
sure.
Just because everybody's really balanced right now.
Yeah.
But still, yeah.
That quarterback too, man, is really concerning in the next 2 to 3 years. Tight end is concerning. Rough. You know, that last flex is going to have to be someone random, maybe whatever we get at the 106.
What you were saying as soon as I sat down about like if you didn't have the context, it would immediately to me look like, okay, can we turn Chase into 3 pieces?
Yeah,
can we turn Bijan into 3 pieces?
So, look, with that in mind, you know, that context is important for us to have. It's not a bad team. Like, this is not a bad team when I look at it.
No.
You know, you without your 27 first, you will be a Windows open roster for me, which means there's no reason not to compete. If you don't compete right now, the only person that's benefiting is whoever has your draft pick. And I would also give you probably a B- grade. So it's not like it's a bad team. You know, it's not like you're not in a decent position. I just wouldn't have done that trade. And I think that's okay, you know, to say. Let's jump into the war room. You have that 106, and it is a premium of 0.75. So honestly, Kenyon Sadiq is a legitimate option there.
Pencil him in there, I think, honestly.
Yeah, Sadiq could make sense. Otherwise, you know, you're going to grab one of the BPA wide receivers, what I would say. I don't know who's going to be available in those late 3rd and 4th that you have. Now, alternatively, you can turn that 106 into a veteran running back, which you could use outside of Saquon. If you want to just completely punt the tight end spot and just say, I'm just going to stream all 4 of these guys depending on what week it is and what matchup it is. You know, that's a strategy that you could play out. I mean, Zach Ertz is out there. Maybe he resigns in Washington. I don't know. So in that world, I would be looking for a veteran running back at that price. And I can tell you there's a lot of names that come to mind for me.
Yeah, definitely.
Javonte Williams comes to mind. I don't think Ken Walker is going to be this cheap anymore. But, you know, he would come to mind. Probably ETN is in this range now. Who else? There's plenty of other names, but remind me, who do you have off the top of your head?
Can you get a like Kyron, Chase Brown?
Yeah. Yep, those are great names.
Did you have Javonte already?
Uh-huh.
You had Javonte.
Those are really the big like 4 or 5 unless I'm missing someone.
Yeah, no, I don't want to buy Brees on this team, I don't think.
Yeah. So those would be the names I'd be looking to add. I would definitely say you need running back over receiver right now. And if you're going to trade the 106 for a tight end, then it probably needs to be like Fannin or Kraft. And then, even then, you're potentially going to lose out on a first round top 15 pick, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm just drafting Sadiq there
I think I'm in alignment with Sammy there, but
that feels lateral, you know.
Yeah, exactly. But I guess if you have to compete this year, it is rare that tight ends help you win a championship. So we should consider that maybe.
Especially Sadiq as a rookie.
Exactly, right? Like Sadiq doesn't profile to me as someone that like straight out of the gate you're thinking this guy's going to give me 15 points per game. Yeah, I mean, I know we said it earlier, but I would be interested in trying to tear down from Bijan or Chase and seeing what's possible there to kind of fill some of the holes on this roster. So Bijan, I mean, can we? Yeah. Like, I don't know if Bijan's worth that in your league. What does that mean for Hampton? Like, could you get hypothetically a Amarion Hampton in the 105 or something? You know. Maybe you could get more than that for a Bijan Robinson. I don't know. Like you will know better than me. Does that mean you can get Can you add George Kittle onto that? Right?
Yeah, issue with Bijan, I think, is you have to get as good or better value than you just traded for him, which was like a very high level package.
Yeah.
Because even this
best case scenario is you get Walker and Hampton, right, in the 105 or something, but that just seems unrealistic.
Even Hampton 105 Kittle, like you traded your 27 first. So it's like you're immediately losing value like within a month,
Yeah, it's not ideal. James Cook, you think Cook and Amon-Ra? I don't think that's possible, but
no,
I don't think that's possible.
No,
I don't see how you don't do it any other way though. You don't do Cook and Ladd.
No. No, which is why I think maybe Chase makes more sense.
Yeah, let's definitely explore Chase in a second here. I just want to make sure I'm not leaving any stone unturned. What about Genty? Would you do Genty, Higgins, in a 27 first?
Yeah, I think you're recouping your value there.
Yeah. I don't know that I would do Taylor. Like, Taylor London is actually not that bad.
No, that's not bad at all.
I don't think you get more than that.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Unless you did like a pick swap where you sent your 27 second and got a 27 first or something. But that's probably pushing it a little too far. I think Taylor London is probably a good enough package. Because whether we recoup on what he got or we don't, he has to win this year.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. You're not going to get Achane back though. I mean, yeah, that guy did it. Honestly,
send him the exact same trade.
Yeah.
See what he says.
Yeah, it might just be like, hey man, just wondering, like, I think I would.
What do you think of this package?
Yeah. What do you think of this package? You like it? Okay, let's go to Chase now. And yeah, Chase might be easier here. Okay, so man, it's so hard. But like, would you do like Chris Olave, Ken Walker in a first or something?
Yeah.
That would be best case scenario. I don't know if you can actually net that high of a return. This is more like Chase prices a year or two ago, but we don't want to undersell. Amon-Ra and James Cook's a no-brainer. I don't think that's possible. Again, it's all about
unless you send him back. What do we have at depth for running back, if anything?
Chuba Hubbard.
Maybe with Dowdle leaving, maybe that gets you Chuba up to James Cook,
sure.
Chase down to Amon-Ra. It's worth a shot.
If you want to add Chuba onto there, there's no harm, right? I don't think you can really tear down to like a Neighbors or a Puka. London.
No.
It's kind of the same thing like London JT.
Yeah, you could do that for either of them.
And then like Sammy said, if you need to send Rico back or something to kind of make it work, you can. Pickens, McCaffrey in a first is actually might work, honestly.
Yeah.
That's maybe one of the best trades so far today, and I also think that price is accurate to what it would cost in my league to get Chase. Alec Pierce, straight up. Brian Thomas, straight up.
I like the second one.
But anyway, these are. I think my favorite, most realistic one is probably the CMC Pickens in a first deal. I also love the Olave deal. For the Bijan one, we liked the Higgins and the Taylor and London for either of them. But I just think you gotta kind of find a way to move one of those names if you can. If you can't, worst case scenario here is you go into the season and you hope that injuries don't happen, but if they do, you've got that 27 second. Maybe you can buy a veteran running back or a wide receiver in season if you need. But yeah, hopefully that's helpful, man. Any final thoughts there before I go on to
Well,
our next guy.
would you be open to moving that 27-second now?
I'm not opposed to it.
Like like a guy like DeAndre Swift avoided the Bears signing somebody.
Yeah.
Or these other free agents that are like, where are we at with like that second versus? I'm just looking quickly.
I mean, I would buy Alec Pierce for that second, like truthfully.
What, or like Tyler Algier, David Montgomery?
Yes, those are great names. That actually makes a ton of sense. Great thought there. I mean, even Dobbins, for me, I'd be willing to do Dobbins or Tootin.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a couple other ideas that could make sense if you want to get a little bit more of a solidified room before the season begins. Appreciate you, Cody. You're going to be getting your playbook here within the next 3 to 4 business days. All right. Let's have a look at Dago. Dago is the next team here. Dago, London's Big Penix Energy is the team name. It is a 1 quarterback, 12 team start 8. So start 8 is a relatively small lineup, right? You're starting probably 4 wide receivers, or you got 2 flex spots, so you can start 4 running backs, 4 wide receivers, or 3 of either. And he says, hey, so I reviewed my team with you last week and ended up making some moves when we had the expansion draft. I just lost Stevenson and Watson, but with the trades I made, I got Olave, Jacobs, Daniels with the 104. Should I get one of the top 3 receivers or grab Sadiq at 4? Trade Waddle for the 105? Let me know. Okay, first off, before we get into it, if you're able to get the 105 for Jalen Waddle, then if you're watching, go take that trade today. Go take the 105.
Do that yesterday.
Just want to be very, very clear. If that is possible, please take advantage of it, my friend. Your team is currently ranked 3rd, by the way, and the site has you at 2 for quarterbacks, 6 for running backs, 4 for wide receivers, 1st at tight end. I'd be curious if I could find. Let me see if I can find this playbook from last week. I think, yeah, we should have it done. I just don't know if we have it uploaded yet on my end. So give me 1 second here.
They did an expansion draft. That's kind of fun.
Yeah, it was almost like an NBA expansion draft type of thing.
So like 2 teams came in.
Yeah.
And they were able to like pick.
Fun, right?
Off of. Yeah, I don't know if I would want to be either of those 2 teams.
Okay, so this is the yeah, no, I agree. I actually told him that the 2 teams that were coming in, the way they had it set up, they were not set up to succeed.
Like he lost Ramondre and Christian Watson. Like if that's the best year.
We had him keep Purdy, Henderson, Judkins, London, McConkey, Waddle, Bowers, Watson. And he taxied Higgins, Golden, Gadsden. We suggested for him to go get Chase Brown in the 109 for the 104 and a 27-second, or Bucky Irving, or Gadsden for Jacobs. Yes. And there was a couple errors there, sorry, with Shuck and Benson. Let me take a note of that moving forward. But let's see what you actually got done. Team number 3 here. So you have Daniels, Purdy, Shuck. You've got Henderson, Judkins, Jacobs. Did you get the Jacobs for Gadsden deal done? It looks like you might have. London, Olave, McConkey, Waddle, Bowers. So what deals did you get done since we last looked at the team? I'm curious. Hell of a tan on Chuck.
It was Rashee Rice.
Was it Rashee Rice? Yeah, I just went to the beach for a couple weeks, you know?
God forbid a white boy goes to the beach,
right? God forbid a white boy gets a little color going on, right? Get a little tan at the beach.
Gadsden in the 112. Oh,
for a-
102 for Olave, threw Higgins in because he liked it.
Okay, hold on. Can you just say I sent
Well,
and then
yeah.
I got, right? So that will make it a little easier for us to understand. But just let me know all the trades that you made and put them
I
one by
love
one.
I love threw in Higgins because he liked it.
I was like, which Higgins? I can't remember which Higgins you had. But let's have a look at the team while we're waiting on that. Because I'm liking the way it's looking right now from without kind of diving in too far. But again, keep in mind it's a start 8, 1 quarterback. So we've got Daniels starting, then Henderson, Judkins, or Jacobs, London, Olave, Bowers, and we only have to start 2 more names, which is between one of those other running backs and Ladd. And then on our bench, we have Waddle, Golden, Marks, White, Downs, Dobbs, Purdy, Shuck, Ferguson. And whatever we do at the 104. It's not a bad team at all, actually. I like this team a lot.
We have the trade.
Okay, so the trade was 102, 112 Gadsden, Higgins for Olave and Jacobs.
And it was Jaden Higgins, I believe.
Okay,
'cause he's on the
Jaden
playbook.
Higgins. I don't mind that. 102 and Olave is pretty much equivalent. So essentially, you sent Jacobs, or you sent the 112 and Gadsden for Jacobs. I mean, that's close. It's maybe a little bit of an overpay, but it's close.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then he
Overall
made
team
another
grade
trade.
as
He
of
sent
today.
his
Huh?
he
What'd you
sent
say?
his 28 first for Jaden Daniels after that.
Oh, and you sent your 28 first for Jaden Daniels. So we're
Which-
pretty much all in right now.
Yeah.
But that's not bad, honestly. Like Jaden Daniels at that price for a random 28 first, I think you would take that all
Yeah.
day.
Yeah.
Okay. Overall team grade as of today, I would probably lean towards like a B flat, B plus.
Yeah. Yeah, I think B flat probably. No 27 first. Yeah, I mean, I like the quarterback depth, but it's a 1 quarterback league.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. But Bowers and Daniels at those onesies is nasty. As far as holds, I would hold Golden as of right now. I would hold Rashad White, kind of see what happens here in free agency with him. I still think Ferguson is worth a hold. I know not everybody's going to agree.
He's worth a hold.
Yeah, and then we'll put Shuck there. You don't really have any players I would drop openly, and I wonder what your waiver wire looks like.
Yeah, you can drop Trey Benson. It's done.
No, let's hold on for hope. There's no one on the waiver wire considering your league that I'm like desperate to go out and get.
CJ Stroud on the waiver wire.
You know, 1 quarterback. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I need to play in one quarterback league just so I can gain some perspective.
Yeah. Dago says on the calculator, you guys said it's fair trade. Remember, calculator is an algorithm, and it is the best calculator in the industry for sure. But guys,
By
when
far.
you are a annual member, which to go, I'm pretty sure you are an annual member. Don't forget that your annual membership comes with 6 trade question vouchers, right? So I was very intentional when I set that up because I wanted you guys to get a live team playbook by default. And then after I finish your playbook, I wanted you to have at least 6 times for free for you to come back and ask a question through the site. So don't forget, you got those 6 vouchers sitting in your account. And anytime you're going to make a trade, you know, the calculator is always a good start, but it won't always consider, you know, it can't take into everything that we can take into account as humans, at least yet. We'll see with AI what's possible, but it's not a bad trade. I'm just saying, you know, I might have tweaked it slightly before we sent that final accept. Okay, let's jump into the war room though, because you've got that 106 still, or that 104 was it? Yeah, 104. And you asked, should I get one of the top 3 receivers at 4 or grab Sadiq? It's a non-tight end premium. There's no way I'm considering Sadiq at the 4 spot personally.
Yeah,
so
no,
this would
not
still
over
be
not over Tyson and a non-tight end premium.
yeah, one of the big 3 wide receivers for me. I'm not considering Mendoza.
It's looking like it's just going to be Tyson, isn't it?
It might be Tyson, but I don't think we have a great read on exactly how these receivers are going to pan out. I think everybody agrees it feels like Tate's going top 10. Outside of that, I don't think anyone knows. You know?
I think a lot of mock drafts are going to have Saints or Chiefs taking those guys now that Love is definitely off the board.
Yeah. So it's difficult to really project too far there, I would say. If you were to trade the 104, which I'm not opposed to, because honestly, now that you're all in, you've got a Windows open pathway without your 27 first. I'm not opposed to trading that for someone already in the league. And it can be a receiver or a running back. I think you have good depth at both of those spots. But I actually just did a video on this today for that 104 specifically. I came up with specific ideas based off the market, based off ADP from real drafts. So let me just quickly look at that video because I want to make sure I'm giving you the most accurate names here. So the 104, you're looking at Bucky Irving, Travion Henderson in a plus. And this is what I'm comfortable with doing based off the market, by the way. It's not, I'm not going to list every name because technically CMC is there, but I would kind of prefer to go a little younger there if I can, considering you don't have many picks in the future. At receiver, we're looking at names like Egbuka. I would definitely do Egbuka now.
Oh, you have Travion.
He has Travion, okay. Well, then let's just say Bucky. Egbuka is a really good fit.
Yeah.
For a team like this who needs production but needs to, kind of have a couple of young pieces there to kind of build around. T. Higgins, another name there that could give you some instant production. At that 204 spot, we just saw J.K. Dobbins. We saw David Montgomery last week kind of get a role.
Algier.
So you're already all in. You might as well really be all in. Like I would probably, if I was him, because he can sell the 105 or Jalen Waddle for the 105. So what I would do if I was him is I'd probably sell this pick in an ideal world for an Egbuka or a Bucky, and then sell Waddle for the 105 and take the best player available at the 105 if you want to add a young piece to the team still.
In that case, I think what I would do is if I end up with the 105 and the 104, I would do whatever I can to sell the 105 instead.
Yeah.
For one of those names, right?
But in a one quarterback league, there will be a perceived drop in the market at that pick, wouldn't there?
Yeah, it would be at the 105. It would be
because you would have 104.
No, because 104 would be Tyson.
Right. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. It would be at the 105. The 105 would be outside the tier is what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. So if you got Waddle to the 105, then I would try and keep the one. You could move both of them, obviously. But if you can do the 105 for Bucky or Egbuka or Higgins or anything we said, then I would do that.
No, that's a great point. Now, if you actually get that one, can I just ask?
Yeah, he's in the chat.
Yeah, can I just ask? Are you telling me that you can accept this trade right now? Like it's in your inbox. You can get the 105 for Waddle. I'm gonna eat a piece of beef jerky here, so you go ahead and talk to him for a sec.
Yeah, let us know, Dego, because that is an absolute smash. I don't know if it necessarily means that you can guarantee do that, but because getting both of these, yeah, I mean. Somebody was asking about what we think of Waddle after the Malik Willis signing. I'm kind of like, I don't know. I think he's just a guy now. He's just a vet. He'll probably be sort of relevant. I don't know. The new guys have the 105 and 106, so I don't know why they wouldn't take Waddle. I just threw it up right now. Okay, yeah, so it's not in the inbox. So I would imagine, based on market value, that wouldn't be able to get done. Maybe you're thinking they don't have any good players, and so they want to move those picks for players. But if their team sucks, then they might want youth, and in that case, the 105 and 106 would be better assets for them.
That's what I was going to say. If they don't have good teams, they might not care about aging veterans, but there's no harm in sending it. By the way, I would send Waddle for either the 105 or the 106.
Yeah, 106, I take it too. Easy.
So let's not make up hypotheticals
Casey,
for the 105 then, because
Cooper, yeah, we don't have the pick.
But at this point, I think Purdy is movable now that you have Jaden Daniels.
This is what I want to know.
Outside of that, I wouldn't really move anyone.
What is the market for like a Brock Purdy in a one quarterback league? Because like nobody wants him as their main starter without anything behind, I don't think. Like I think you're probably shooting for higher than that.
Right. Purdy to me is a guy like I would be targeting personally as a starter in a one quarterback, because I think he's underrated, but that could just be me. But why don't we look at those teams that just joined? Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow.
105, 106. Ideal. There you go.
I was hoping they would be worse than this.
I guess they didn't do terrible. But this guy, he's got Burrow and then nothing else.
Yeah.
Yeah, like these teams I don't think these teams are trading for
I don't think these teams are trading for Jalen Waddle, but you can send the trade. It's not going to hurt you. Let's try and find a team that has a quarterback need. And you might not find one. In a one quarterback league, we might.
You know what I mean? Like I feel like
Kyler Murray. The guy is Kyler Murray.
Yeah, there you go.
Can we get? I don't know about like Algier, but I'm close to it. What about like a Zay Flowers? If we sent, it might have to be a 2-for-2 where we go Purdy and Waddle. You know what I mean? For something. I don't think we can get a Nico Collins. I would do that though. If you could just send both of them for Nico Collins, not get something else in return, that's fine. Go get CJ Stroud off the waiver wire. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which may not help your case here. But if you can get a Zay Algier, that's really interesting to me as well.
Yeah.
Outside of that, I don't think you're not gonna get a Bucky. You don't need a Jake Ferguson. Unfortunately, he is the only team that has a quarterback need.
Yeah.
And I bet he's looking at the waiver wire thinking, I can pick up one of these guys. But who do you sell here? I mean, you can't sell your running backs because you need to compete. If anything, you might be interested in moving off of Henderson for a guy that you know you can win with right now, considering he has no 27 first.
Or even Quinshawn, because, there's a little bit of concern about the injury plus the team sucking.
Right. Let's just say Judkins.
Like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how good Judkins is of an asset. I don't know how good of an asset Judkins is on a team that is trying to compete.
Yeah. So let's put Henderson and Judkins trades out, but I would value them the same in any trade. But again, if you're going to do something like this, like Ken Walker, for example, is a no-brainer for you to try and get for one of these names. He already has Bucky Irving, right? Or does he not? No, he doesn't.
He does not.
Bucky Irving, again, another no-brainer. I'm going back to that tier myself. Javonte Williams, I'd rather have in a 2-year window right now trying to compete. Maybe Kyron Williams.
Kyron, yeah, I like that.
Maybe Chase Brown.
Really like that.
I think those are the names that make sense for me. I wouldn't do a Saquon or a McCaffrey. I would do Scottaboo if he ends up being the starter. We're not down on Henderson at all. We're just, for this guy's specific team, we're explaining that he doesn't have a 27 first. He needs to compete right now. And the way that his team is currently set up, it might be beneficial for someone who, doesn't have their own first to know that the guy that they have at RB2 is definitely going to score them points consistently next year. That's the
Yeah.
conversation.
Henderson
it's
is
not
just
a anti
Henderson's value. Henderson's value and production in 2026 is very volatile. It could go a lot of ways. It could be really, really high. It could also fall on its face a little bit. And these are some more stable assets for production in this coming year where, like Zach said, he needs to compete.
Yeah. Hopefully that makes sense. Chase says, do you all have free agents in your rookie drafts or just rookies with waiver wire period after the draft? The way I run my leagues is just rookies, and then the waiver wire period opens up after the draft. I try to do everything I can to make sure that the waiver wire has some value because it's a really fun part of the game, especially if you're using Fab. And it's my opinion that too many dynasty leagues are too big and they devalue the waiver wire too much, where Fab and the waiver wire are not even really a part of their strategy at all.
Yeah.
So
I think because I'm seeing some people that like they don't have any free agency until their rookie draft, and then you're able to draft. Like, let's say Malik Willis was somehow on waivers.
right.
You could draft Malik Willis in your rookie draft.
To me, I'm like, no, I'm the dynasty owner that's paying attention right now in January. In February, the waiver wire should be open and I should be able to use my Fab freely to take advantage of you guys who aren't paying attention. Right?
Yeah, I find it very frustrating when waivers are like closed until the rookie draft.
I agree.
Because it's like,
because then everybody knows and nobody benefits from being on top of things.
yeah. And activity should be rewarded.
I
But
agree.
yeah, Bravo is my league with the smallest bench.
Right, the one that we run that you're in? Yeah.
Yeah.
Dego, let me know if you have any final questions there, my friend. I hope that's helpful. Let me know. I want to make sure that you feel good about your playbook. But so that's interesting. So the league that you think has the most value on the waiver wire is the league that we run here with Land in Bravo.
100%. Well, yeah, there's definitely I do not have the problem in any other league of not knowing who to drop. But I've run into that several times. And it adds an element of strategy.
You should have a difficult time knowing who to drop. You shouldn't have on your team, you look at Zach Evans is on your running back room and you're like, well, I wish there was someone on the waiver wire who's interesting over Zach Evans.
It also depends on, I think it also depends a lot on your team build, especially in this league. Like me, like in Bravo, I'm rebuilding. And so I'm rostering like a bunch of backup quarterbacks and I have like no aging running backs on the team.
Right.
Whereas that might be different if you're a contender. But if your league is 20 bench spots, then you're just doing all of it, you know?
Right. It's like a little bit of a different conversation there.
So, Zach, basically what I'm asking you is how much are you going to bid on Jalen Naylor for tomorrow after he got $35 million?
So where did he land again?
I don't know who to drop. I don't know who to drop.
In the Bravo League, I don't think I could. I'm not even flexing. I just don't think I could drop someone. Let me see if I could. I have two players who are no longer eligible on the IR anyway. Neighbors and Tyreek Hill.
You can probably drop Jarquez Hunter, Rashad Bateman.
I still believe in Jarquez. Wait, so what was the deal Naylor got?
He got 35 mil over 3 years from Las Vegas, I think.
Wow, he's set to go off with like a solid 6.3 points per game next year.
Sounds about right.
That's a right projection, right? I mean, that seems pretty accurate.
Also, side note, I don't know if this means anything to anybody. Mike Evans just went for the 109 in one of my leagues.
Like it was a trade?
Straight up. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought he would be like late first, but I mean, the 3-year thing is what's so surprising though. You know what I mean?
But
I didn't think he would be there for 3 years.
But I don't know if that tells me that he's playing for 3 years.
He's probably not,
you know?
right? Yeah. I mean, I would be shocked if he plays at the age 36.
Like, there's no at least and he's not effective then.
You can't stay healthy in the last 2 years.
Yeah, he has a hamstring injury the past 2 seasons. Like, you're gonna take Mike Evans over one of Boston, Casey Cooper?
I think I'd rather just re-roll.
There's no way.
Yeah. I'd rather re-roll the pick.
Way.
Okay, let's go to CP3. Appreciate you big time, my friend, for being here with us, CP3. Thanks for being a member, and I appreciate you showing some support. And in return, obviously, I'm going to give you the best playbook I possibly can, the best review I possibly can. You'll know I always go as detailed with the customized side of it as I possibly can. So if anybody out there wants to get a review like CP3, you can become a promo code LAND annual Mother Flocker member, or you can just get a voucher through the Flock store if you're a member of a different promo code. And you can check out the link in the pinned comment, which will direct you to get a playbook, whether that's being a member or buying one a la carte. Okay, let's go CP3 here. He says, by the way, Superflex start 10 team, half PPR. Made it to the championship last year. Not sure what to do after this draft with limited picks. I loaded up on 2027 with picks because of projected stacked draft, and I am considering tanking. Any trade targets to go after that would complement my team long term. Currently ranked 7th. We have no picks that matter in 2026. In fact, just to be straight up honest with you, I'm probably not going to jump into a war room for you, my friend, because it would just waste your time. I know I can be a wizard sometimes with the trades, but I'm probably not going to cook up a trade for the 309 where your team's going to drastically change. So just to be honest, straight up. Okay. So let's have a look. We've got Jalen Hurts, Brock Purdy, then Cook, Kyron, T-Mac, Brian Thomas, Kittle. It's a start 10, right? So you'd be flexing Waddle, Harvey, Wilson. He does have 2 firsts in 27. The other first is from the Tiger King, which I think I reviewed their team. Maybe I'm wrong, but I might have reviewed their team recently.
That's fun.
And that's a good team, so it's not going to be an early first. I kind of more lean towards, like, I don't know where you stand, dude, but I kind of feel like for you to tank, you're going to have to really work overtime to put this in the tank. As in,
I don't know why you would.
Like, you need to sell Hurts and Purdy, Cook, Kyron, and then Kittle.
I mean, who are you holding on a tank? Like, you're holding Purdy, T-Mac, BTJ?
Yeah, Higgins.
You're selling everybody else.
Harvey.
Like, you're not rostering Cook. You're not rostering Kyron. Even Harvey. I mean, he's 25. I get that he's a.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want those points, even if he is good.
I think
I
lean towards contending with this, but
you have your 27 first, which you can maneuver mid-season if it goes well. If it goes poorly, you have it. Yeah. What? No. What? You have Jalen Hurts, who should be the 101. So.
Well, I'm going to label him a contender, and I'm going to give him. I thought B flat was pretty fair. Looking at his team, unless you had a different opinion there.
No, I'm there.
Untouchables. This is maybe why he would have considered tanking, because I technically would say there are no untouchables on that team. So maybe you're like, I don't have any hammers, you know. As far as holds go, I don't know if I can call Caleb Johnson a hold anymore. I really don't.
Rico Dowdle, man.
I just don't know a world where he. And not that you drop him, but he's not like an exciting hold.
No, he's a running back 3 on a team that either has Aaron Rodgers, who doesn't trust him, or a young rookie / bad bridge.
Bad Bunny.
Like, it just couldn't be. I don't think it could be less exciting.
Yeah. You know what I just realized is I probably have to rank Jalen Naylor now. Your waiver wire is disgusting. See, this type of waiver wire, I just think it's disappointing. Like, what is anyone going to do? What is their fab worth? Nothing.
Yeah.
Anyway, just the way I play, different to everyone else, but there's no wrong way to play. I should probably rank Jalen Naylor. Problem is, I don't even know what the guy's worth. I don't even know if I would send like a third for him.
Here's what I would say.
Would you rather have Naylor or Keon Coleman?
Keon. Is Naylor going to get drafted in the Flock League?
No.
No, is he going to get picked up in the first 8 weeks?
I doubt it, but if it is, it's like a pick up and then drop.
I think you rank him. I don't know if you put him higher than Dante Thornton, who you have at 82. So
Yeah, that's really funny. I actually just ranked him at 83. I put Thornton one spot ahead.
there you go.
Yeah, you were kind of on point there. By the way, Thornton re-signed with the Chiefs, in case anybody cares. Also, they signed Alohi Gilman.
Alohi Gilman. Yeah, he was the guy who got traded for Odafe Owe, who signed a massive deal with your Commanders today.
Which, by the way, I don't know enough about the defensive side of the ball. Is Odafe Owe a good player? I hope to God he is if we gave him $100 million.
Well,
I know we needed edge, and we were slutting for edges, but I mean...
Dude, edge rushers get paid. He might be the Alec Pierce of edge rushers.
Oh, fuck. So he's a great player, actually.
So you would love him.
He's actually a fantastic player.
He got traded from the Ravens, where he had some production, nothing crazy, and then he was nuts on the Chargers after he got traded.
And it sounds like he's about to be a Hall of Famer.
Well, if he's anything like Alec Pierce, he's got to be, right?
He's headed straight for a gold jacket. I don't actually remember where we were here. Like we were basically telling you, like, look, we would contend if we had your team.
I think we were talking about Jalen Naylor.
Right, Jalen Naylor, yes. So I did just rank him as like wide receiver 82 or something. Okay, let's go to the chalkboard. Now, here's what's difficult is I couldn't name a single player on your team that you are tearing down from.
Yeah.
But it's not a bad team. This is what's so hard. It's like I kind of get why he was in that middle stage. I would say you try to compete for at least the first 6 weeks. And if for whatever reason you don't think you can, then I would flip the switch. Okay? So right now, and actually this kind of changes your pathway from a contend to a in or out. But I think it's the most accurate. Like I get what he's saying. I get why he's asking these questions. But I would plan on contending, and then if it doesn't work, you can let's just say in season out sells, right? So that would be Waddle. That would be James Cook. That would be Kyron Williams. I mean, you would really have a firing spree mid-season. And honestly, by the way, my friend, if you're going to sell and all your, like, Kyron Williams, James Cook are going to have more value in season. They always do than they do right now, those productive running backs. So even if you were to try and sell, you wouldn't want to do that right now anyway. Waddle, Hurts, right? You could probably keep Purdy, and then maybe you sell Wilson as well and Kittle. By the way,
I think you can do a nice retool here if you need to.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Tin Man says Hercules draft was a success. Thanks again for having public leagues. Sammy's still on stream. Did you guys just finish? Congratulations.
I think they did finish. They finished it up, yeah. Tin Man was hanging out with me earlier today.
Oh, I love that. I love that.
So we had a great time. Yeah.
Okay, if you sell Waddle, I would take any first in any year. It's hard for me to say, like, hey, this is what you should expect to get from a player in 8 months from now. Like, it's impossible for me to really do that accurately. But I would say James Cook, you're going to want 2, future firsts, ideally, in season. For Kyron Williams, you want, an early to mid first in the future. For Jalen Hurts, I would say you want 2 future firsts like James Cook. For Michael Wilson, I would take any first in any year. And for Kittle, I would take multiple seconds. But right now, if this was my team, again, that's what I always do when I look at your guys' reviews. I would hold. I would hold and wait until the season. And then you have the flexibility in season. I mean, imagine it's week 7 and you're 5-2, right? Then you're going to be thinking to yourself, why don't I sell these firsts to the guys who are selling and go win a championship?
Yeah.
So I think that's the flexibility that this team needs to have right now. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for letting me look at the team. And if you're in the chat, let me know. I'd love to answer any last minute questions. But is H. Snively here in the chat with us? Is H. Snively here in the chat?
H. Snively.
Which is a legendary
H.
name.
Snively. Really good.
You can log off whenever you need, by the way, Sammy. Don't want you to feel like you have to hang around.
I am chilling at the moment.
Okay,
I'm happy to hang on for this last one.
Okay, sweet. All right. Let's Shrively is here. What's up, Shrively? Hey man, thanks for becoming an annual Mother Flocker member, by the way. Appreciate you big time.
Woohoo.
Thanks for showing some love to the channel. Okay. So this is Fox Sports 665. Just gonna get your admin stuff ready real fast. We are in a Superflex Start 9. So this is a smaller starting lineup for a Superflex league that we are used to seeing. Your team name is Jacks On, Jacks Off, which is a new one for us, isn't it? All right. He says, trying to win the league this year. Going into our first rookie draft, struggling to decide if I tier up at running back with my picks or take Sadiq and BPA at the 106, 107. League is voting on moving to a 0.25 tight end premium to introduce it and revisiting increasing it next season. All right, let's have a look at the team. The site currently has your quarterbacks at 7, your running backs at 2, your wide receivers at 1, and your tight ends at 10. So last in a 10-team league. You do have your first in 2027, but that's it. You've gotten rid of your second and third rounders in 2027. You have 2 firsts this year, the 106 and the 107. Not the best year to have the 106 and the 107, unfortunately. But at least you're going to a tight end premium. I guess that will give a little bit more value to those picks. Yeah. So in a start 9, we're starting Burrow, Murray, Gibbs, Henry, Jason, Jefferson. I don't know who at tight end. And then we're going to flex Adams, and Mike Evans was a great. I mean, that's best case scenario for you today, wasn't it? So on his bench, I guess he's got names like Warren, Stevenson, Pearsall. It's not bad. I mean, the quarterback 2-3 spot isn't awesome, and neither is tight end. But how are you feeling about the team like this?
Yeah, it's sort of the studs and vets kind of deal.
Top heavy for sure.
We have it seems like we have the starting lineup set though, because it is a lot smaller. Got some picks. I think a B+, B+.
I kind of was leaning like B- range just with the depth. But
yeah.
I'm happy to go B flat because it is
less
start
important 9. in the start 9, yeah. And he has the picks.
Exactly. And I did label you a contender. So I put you B as a contender. Untouchables on this team would be Gibbs and JSN. If you're looking to hold some players, I mean, honestly, for you, I think Evans is a hold because we're trying to contend right now. I would hold Kyler Murray to see what happens in free agency. Yeah, not a lot of guys I really feel like I have to hold outside of that. You don't have any obvious drops. I'm hoping your waiver wire is interesting. Why is Malik Willis on the waiver wire? Okay. Please, for the love of God, go get Malik Willis.
He's probably in the rookie draft, Frick.
Please go get Malik Willis if you can. If you can't, I like Tank Bigsby. I like Jalen Noel. I like Jack Besh. You should probably roster Hunter Henry, man.
See, like, this is why do leagues not have waivers open?
Yeah, I don't know.
Doesn't make any sense.
Waivers
keep paused
keep that thing going all year long.
Waivers got paused at the end of the season because of commissioner confusion. Well, whenever they open, if you have let's. You lost your mind? I'll help you find it.
Yeah. All right. At the War Room, he said he's struggling to figure out what to do with his picks here. Oddly enough, I actually think this team probably, assuming Sadiq goes top 16 or something, I would probably bank on one of Sadiq at one of the 06 or 07 is what I'm trying to say.
It would take like 2 nuts landing spots for their wide receivers for me to not want to take Sadiq.
Yeah. But,
especially with the fact that the league is moving to tight end premium.
Yeah. I mean,
and
if some crazy world exists where Sadiq goes 15 and Stowers goes 20, you might hit them back to back. But, we talked about Concepcion being an option here, maybe. Omar Cooper, Boston. Those are kind of the names that we're looking at being consensus first-round picks at the moment, but it could change. BPA means best player available. I'm not opposed to using one of these picks to add a veteran running back, because I don't think you're going to find that in the draft this year. And I think you need another body there. Like, there's not going to be a Judkins at the 106. There's not going to be, there's this guy in the comment section who was upset at me. And he really thinks that Jadarian Price is going to be a first-round pick because Mel Kiper said it. I just said, look, I would pretty comfortably bet about half of the money in my bank account that Jadarian Price is not a first-round pick. But I have been wrong before, and it's possible I could be wrong again. But I really don't see a scenario in which Jadarian Price goes in round 1. So I'm saying that because I don't see, I don't know. Maybe Jadarian Price is like a second rounder, or we get multiple second rounders, and then you can find maybe a running back there. But we go back to that list: Javonte Williams. What was the rest of that list? We had a whole bunch of names there: Javonte Williams,
ETN, Chase Brown, Kyron. ETN, Chase Brown, Kyron. I think Travion was on that list.
Travion, yep. I think also
Quinshon was probably on that list too. Chase Brown, yeah.
Or one of the young guys like Judkins or Henderson. Obviously, we prefer, if you're going to contend, to go like the veterans that are ready to compete right now range. But like, if you told me that your starting lineup, and I'm not really opposed to like sending the 107 for a Harold Fannin either in this guy's scenario. Like, if you had told me, hey, I didn't draft a rookie, but I actually added Chase Brown and Harold Fannin. I mean, I would look at your team and be like, team's pretty great. Team's pretty good. You're in a great spot. Then you'd be starting Burrow, Kyler, Gibbs, Chase Brown, Jason Jefferson, Fannin, and then you would be flexing Adams and Henry, Mike Evans on the bench, Ricky Pierce on the bench. Now, maybe the sensible thing to do there is to spend one of those picks on a veteran and one on a tight end in this year's class. That way you're not kind of missing out on like the next big upside player. But yeah, I think that would be the route I would take. Now, jumping into your chalkboard, another team where like I feel like your pathway is very clearly established. I might try and take that 306 and trade it for a veteran tight end, like a Dallas Goedert before he signs somewhere. Just thinking of names on the top of my head like that could be productive in Njoku that people really aren't really talking about at all right now. TJ Hawkinson.
Sure. He just got an extension too, eh?
Yeah, he could be a fine option for you. I mean, Kelsey, for 1 year, I'm not that opposed to either.
Yeah, he's probably just a streamer at this point, right? But for the 306, you can't expect much more than that.
I don't think you get Andrews at that price, but those are like the best case scenario type of moves. Outside of that, though, as a team that we want to go out there and contend, I mean, I want you to have hammers like the Gibbs and the JSNs. I think Jefferson's a buy low. As a contender, you should definitely keep Adams and Mike Evans. Warren and Henry. Again, you're a contender. What could you sell Warren for? I don't know, like an early second. I don't think that's going to benefit your roster that much this year. If anything, you could try and do like a Warren and a Bryce Young combo and try and improve, that RB spot there a little bit, because you could afford to lose Bryce Young with Jacoby Brissett as that backup right now. Ideally, we find a team that's quarterback needy, like quarterback 3 for Tua here. I don't think you can get to Chase Brown, but that would be ideal to get to like a Chase Brown level player. Cam Scattaboo. Would you take a shot on Scattaboo right now at that price? Maybe you ask back
with the fears around the draft. Yeah, and I think you're not moving off a lot of risk.
Yeah, maybe you can ask back for Ayuk. See, I think it sounds like he's going to be a commander. I don't know. I mean, that's been my projection all offseason.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it's a commander. He's not playing football, honestly.
Yeah, a commander or you're done. The guy with Daniel Jones is quarterback too, like a Josh Jacobs. Again, going back to that list, maybe a third or something.
I really like that move.
Right. The guy who has Justin Fields has Saquon. So Saquon or Kyron would be ideal as well. So those would be the kind of moves I'd be looking to make if I were you. But your team's in a good spot. Losing Bryce Young is not ideal, but at the same time, even if you needed to start him, let's say Jacoby Brissett lost his job and Kyler got injured or something, you wouldn't know if he would outscore whoever else you'd have on your super flex spot anyway. So it's not really going to be that painful. Apparently. And also, by the way, Malik Willis, please. Malik Willis. Spend 100% of your fab on Malik Willis.
Yeah, as soon as they open.
And then that solves that problem entirely.
You know what? This league is just like the beginning of the Hunger Games, where they're all like rising up in those on those cylinders that they stand on before the bloodbath.
Yep.
And then they're all just running to grab Malik Willis.
Yeah, or if you can't get Malik Willis for some reason, like Rodgers is a cheap ad, but that's what I would do if I were you, my friend. Let me know if you got any questions, if we didn't answer anything well enough, but I think that's a pretty solid game plan for this team. And I appreciate you deciding to become a member and supporting the land community here.
Heck yeah.
Snively says, I've been pressing the commissioner to get free agents back open. I appreciate the help a lot. Of course, man. And honestly, the whole due to confusion idea is a little bit silly because I don't know. I mean, I'm confused what confusion there would be that couldn't be solved in 5 minutes with a conversation, but
there's a lot of people. There are so many people in this community, where they spend 5% of their time thinking about it,
Yeah.
And for me, as somebody who spends a lot more than that, it's a hard thing to come to grips with,
Yeah, you want people to be all in, right? In the league that you invest your time and effort into, you want people to be all in, which is why I'm so proud of the leagues we run with Rowan and Joel kind of being on board running those leagues.
Be active. You don't want to be waiting a week for a response on a trade offer and all. You
always want leagues that you can invest into that matter, that means something to the people in them. So, guys, that's it for today. Sammy, I appreciate you big time for hanging out with us. I know you were live earlier, and talking about free agency. I mean, I woke up to just hundreds of tweets, and I was like, "What is going on?" But you were actually live covering it. On your channel.
It was chaos, man. It was absolute chaos, absolute carnage. No, we had a ton of fun. It was it was great. I sort of went out on a limb trying to It was my first ever solo live stream. I've learned a lot. Doing like 4 or 5 of these with you, and it was a ton of fun. Was on for almost 3 hours, just reacting to everything as it came in.
Yeah.
Um,
Definitely make
yeah,
sure
it was
that
a really fun day.
That you guys go follow him. He's got some content that he's putting out.
Thank you.
And starting to go live. And obviously we love Sammy Stacks here. But again, one last thing I wanted to let you guys know, if you haven't yet, reminder, if you're a promo code LAND annual Mother Flocker member, and you haven't yet gotten into a league, please DM me and let me know. But y'all know the steps by now. But in the LAND League tab, here is the form for you to fill out for you to enter the Hades League. I'll put the form link here in the YouTube chat as well. But keep in mind, if you fill it out and you're not a promo code LAND annual Mother Flocker, it's not really going to matter. Because you won't be eligible. That's it for today, guys. And I will see you guys not tomorrow night, but the next night. And we will see Sammy next week for the Hades League.
Heck yeah.
All right, guys. Enjoy the rest of your night. Love.